Welcome, everybody. We have about 71 people in the room today. Right now, we have over 2,000 people registered for this webinar. I think we have 2,350 people registered for this webinar. My name is Neil from Portal to Ascension, and this is a very symbolic and synchronistic day. We've been creating events for around 7 to 8 years now, and it started very small with 5-person sound healing, and it's kind of picked up momentum, and now we are here today with this webinar in True World History with over 2,000 people registered. And it's very exciting. This event was created because there is a movement to disclose on every level the truth of who we are and our ancient history, the ancient civilizations and who they were and what kind of technology they used. What we've been taught through school, what we've been taught generation after generation, through our religious leaders, a lot of that information has been written by the victors and rewritten over and over again. And we don't even know sometimes how deep the rabbit hole goes and how many things were done unconsciously and how many things were like deliberately done consciously in order to sway us from the truth. But one thing's for sure is that we are now in a world where there's a lot of disempowerment, where people are struggling and hurt and they don't see their divine nature. They don't see that they're sovereign beings. So part of getting that awareness back and zeroing in on our own empowerment is to completely be transparent and disclose all the things that have been hidden from us. And it's not with anger, or even though it's frustrating and you can get angry at the fact that a lot of these things are done deliberately, we have to really just accept the awareness of what has happened and then move forward and create a new future without the energy of anger and hate for those that have maybe manipulated and controlled this timeline. So that brings us to this year. I'm extremely excited that we are bringing forth this event in this year, because it seems that a lot of the structures that we've been accustomed to, the structures that really don't serve our highest good, such as our economy, our capitalist structure, and the system of the way we interact with one another really hasn't been working. And it seems like, just looking at the news and looking at what's going on worldwide, it seems like this structure can't support itself anymore, that it's falling, it's crumbling. So everything that we've been waiting for on this consciousness movement to awaken humanity seems to actually be happening right now. So this is really the time for full disclosure and for all of us to step up to the plate, no holding back, step out of our comfort zones and start telling everybody the truth, because the truth will set us free and is setting us free in this moment moving forward. So thank you all so much for being here today. I'm expecting that we may have around 400 to 500 people live, and we've just hit the 100 mark. So welcome to everybody here. The schedule for today is, I changed it a little bit, so let me go ahead and tell you guys. The first presenter that will be coming up in a couple of minutes will be William Henry. And then we have Jamie Janover. So William Henry is from 10 to 11:30 a.m. Pacific for the next hour and a half. We have Jamie Janover, who's going to be from 11:30 to 12:30 p.m. Pacific. Then we have Brian Forrester from 12:30 to 2 p.m. And then we're going to end off with Gordon Davidson from 2:30 to 3:30. So our first presenter, William Henry, I'm extremely excited to bring him on. And a little bit about him. I'm going to read his bio here, just a bit of it, and it's in the first person. So here we go. So during over 25 years of research, William has pursued a startling but undeniable fact that throughout history and across wildly diverse cultures, there is an absolutely seamless tradition of the existence of portals and gateways to the stars, which have been preserved in the art and myths of each era and place. Advanced beings that came from the light of vastness of the Milky Way and beyond, and did so through these gateways. They left secrets of a Stargate way, what he calls the Gate of Eternity, for us to discover. In his quest to discover the secrets of this Gate of Eternity, William has searched museums, libraries, temples, and the world to uncover and follow the visual code of the Gate of Eternity. What he discovered and brought to the world's attention is truly amazing. That is, the symbolism used by the ancient Egyptians to depict their gods traveling the stars matches illustrations used by modern science to symbolize Stargate and wormholes. Stargates or wormholes are cosmic gateways that theoretically link regions of the universe millions of light years apart and allow nearly instantaneous communication between these regions. So William, actually, when I first quote unquote woke up back in 2000, one of the first videos I ever stumbled across was William's video, and I watched like hours and hours of William Henry that completely blew my mind. And if it wasn't for that information, I probably wouldn't be where I'm at today doing these events. So I am beyond honored to actually be co-creating an event with him and having him present with us at this event and other events. So thank you so much, William, for being here. Are you with us right now? Go ahead and click your camera button.
Okay. Neil, yes, I'm here.
There we go, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's all yours. Go ahead and click share screen.
All righty. Clicking share screen, and let's bring this up and press play. And there we go. Well, welcome everybody. First, I want to say congratulations to you, Neil. It's a huge achievement that you've accomplished here. Really proud of you, and for everybody for supporting Portal to Ascension. You're doing great work. This is how we're going to be working from now on, is everybody connecting through this medium, and it's going to be a very special role as we move forward here. So today, I am going to talk about ancient aliens, the Singularity and Ascension. Going to bring together some of our ancient knowledge as well as what is happening currently in order to kind of bring everybody up to speed on how we're interfacing with some of these extraterrestrial civilizations. Many of you know me as the spiritual voice of the History Channel show Ancient Aliens. We just began our 9th season last night, which is really a huge accomplishment. I was really excited. Earlier in the week, I got an email from the producers of the show. They've named me as a coordinating producer, a coordinating producer of the show. And what that means is that I'm kind of being acknowledged as more than just a talking head on the show. For years, I've been providing story ideas and research kind of behind the scenes, and then appearing on the show as a talking head. So it was really nice for them to step up and give me an acknowledgement. It was totally unexpected, a wonderful surprise, and I'm deeply grateful for them to say, hey, we really appreciate the past 6 years of your input into the show. There's probably must be 10 or 15 different shows that came directly off my website or as research that's directly related to the things that I'm doing. So very excited to see it being translated into a show. So let's move forward with that. And by the way, I'm in London today, just in case anybody's wondering. I've been here in England for the past 3 weeks doing research for my forthcoming book, which will be out this fall. It's about the Essenes and the attainment of the light body. So maybe Neil and I will get together and provide a really wonderful webinar on that subject later this fall. We'll certainly look forward to that. So jumping in here, let's acknowledge that we are living the turning point that all of history has been pointing to. There's many different names for this transitional period. It's the ascension, it's the transformation, it's disclosure, the awakening, the event. It is that moment of enormous change that many knew about, going back to the prophecies of 2012 and as far back as 1999, maybe even the mid-'80s. For some, we've been looking at this transformation that is now rapidly gaining acceleration, and all of us are really feeling it. I think that this event is that underground feeling, maybe a rumbling for some, that we know is underneath us and is becoming more and more evident each day. What is happening right now in our world is that otherworldly technology, and I believe extraterrestrial technology, and new cosmic energies, and human flesh are all merging. And this is part of a plan that is at least 5,000 years old, as we will see. We are the living fulfillment of this evolutionary plan for humanity to ultimately allow us to individually as well as collectively ascend into our next level of spiritual evolution. And that, to me, is what this time is all about. And as we go forward here, I'm going to be talking later on about my book, The Singularity. The title is a wordplay on the singularity, when the machines that we're making that are probably extraterrestrial technology become artificially intelligent totally aware, and some believe or potentially will take over. The time is now to understand the ancient and extraterrestrial source of this technology and the immensity of the change that this represents for us. And my goal today and in my general work is to help you to comprehend and to navigate this epic transformation of which we and our children are a part and will soon reach potentially a point of no return. Today in Silicon Valley, other technology centers around the world, a new human being called Humanity 2.0 or H+ is being created with super advanced and highly mystical technology. Whether these Singularis, as I refer to these technology people, realize it or not, this technology is likely and more than probably derived from extraterrestrial sources. I say that with confidence because I've been tracking this transformation, the Singularity, since my 2003 book, The Cloak of the Illuminati, in which I began investigating the power cloaks or garments of immortality, the miracle garments, the robes of glory worn by the ancient gods and the goddesses as well, the divine beings and the holy ones that made them magnificent, and how this was a transmittable garment and had been passed along throughout history, beginning with the original extraterrestrials that came to Earth. They passed it along to their human offspring. And today, the digerati or the technocrati are in the process of duplicating this very same robe or garment through technology. I believe that the ancients did it spiritually, and that's what we're going to be focusing on later. But today we have a whole group of people on the planet that are deeply, deeply set on creating a new power suit or literal new layer of skin for humanity that mimics the capabilities of the ancient gods. Now, when we get into this, I have to preface this by saying that I am not a proponent or an advocate of what's known as transhumanism, which is the label given to this category of technology and transformation. My goal is to raise your awareness about what's going on, draw a correspondence to the ancient world so that we can make an informed choice about what we're supporting in terms of the technology and some of its ultimate benefits, but also the possible downsides of this technology. So that's my basic premise. And so what I want to do is kind of take you back in time just a little bit in my own timeline about how I began to develop this viewpoint concerning technology, the human body, and the extraterrestrial connection. This gentleman here, of course, is Mr. Zecharia Sitchin. Many of you are familiar with his books beginning in the 1970s. Building on work of previous Russian theorists, Sitchin began to piece together this story of our ancient past, decoding, in particular, Sumerian stories that told of the gods called Anunnaki. Sitchin said that these were beings who came to Earth from heaven and suggested that that was the meaning of their name, Anunnaki. And he personally came to the conclusion that their ultimate goal in coming to Earth was to mine gold. And along the way, they created humanity as a slave race in order to mine that gold. We now know with hindsight that that is not true, that the Sumerian texts simply say nothing about the Anunnaki coming to Earth on a quest for gold, in particular a quest to mine gold to repair the decaying atmosphere of their home world. In fact, if you read Mr. Sitchin's book, The Stairway to Heaven, he says very plainly that we don't know why they came here. Maybe they came here for gold, and maybe, he says, it was to repair the decaying atmosphere of their home world. So Sitchin is basically saying, I think this is why they were here, but there is nothing in the Sumerian text to support that contention. So with that, and I readily recognized that when I read Mr. Sitchin's books back in the early 90s, that he was hypothesizing this. He wasn't saying that this is historical fact, but he was making a very good case that these beings came here from another realm, perhaps another planet, maybe even another parallel dimension. But they did not come here for gold. So if not for gold, then what was it that motivated these beings to journey across our Milky Way galaxy and come to Earth? Well, the answer that came to me was based on Sitchin's work. He told the tale based on the Sumerian creation mythologies of these beings creating or fashioning the human body in order to assist the gods in doing work. At the same time, we also learned that the god that was responsible for fashioning the human body was an alchemist. We know that alchemists have two goals in mind. One is to transmute base metals into gold, and two, to transform or purify an impure soul into a pure soul. So with that, I began to ask the question, is it possible that these beings came here on a mission related to souls? Is it possible that they came here to assist the human soul in its process of ascension? And as I continued pulling on that narrative, I found tremendous evidence in the Sumerian stories that the Anunnaki, who are portrayed here stepping through this gateway, were in fact Stargate traveling beings who were masters of the art of ascension. In fact, that is their primary modus operandi in the Sumerian text, was to come here to assist us in our soul development. Now, this is a completely different perspective than was popularized by Sitchin, and I realize that. And that's what makes this work so exciting, because it opens up a fresh page in this endeavor, but it also links us with the true original purpose of these figures. The temples that they built, for example, in ancient Babylon, were ascension temples. The texts clearly tell us this, that these beings brought the secrets of heaven to earth with them and taught a select group of humans how to utilize the temples of ancient Babylon as ascension portals. I discuss this in detail in my book, The Lost Secret of the Watchers, Ascension, Resurrection, and Perfection, and go into detail about those teachings in those texts. And when we look back, as we're doing now, at some of these cylinder seals that portray the Anunnaki, we are seeing them not in what Sitchin or even Eric von Däniken would interpret as a hardware spaceship. Rather, we are seeing them as illuminated light beings who are utilizing what the later Jewish mystics referred to as Merkaba craft, or thrones, chariots. The chariots of the gods that we are seeing here, and I'll go back to this slides, is not a hardware spaceship. Rather, it is a conscious light vehicle that is developed from within. That also sets up a whole different scenario in our understanding of the ancient past. So if we dispense with the idea that they're here for gold and that they fly around in rocket ships, now we're getting much closer to understanding the level of consciousness of these beings and the true technological capability that is being described in these stories. When we see, as we're looking at here, a goddess or a god in a ring surrounded by stars, this indicates that they are in their star body or their light body. The technical Sumerian term for it was mul umu, which means that this is a glory body or a light body. And it furthermore represents a transmittable vibration possessed by these beings. And so what they're perhaps showing us in the cylinder seal is this illuminated light being radiating light and preparing to transmit that lighter vibration to the other figures that are presented in the scene. This is taking us to the core mysticism of the Anunnaki that so often is overlooked in interpretations of these beings. And I think, again, takes us to the true core of who these beings actually were. In this cylinder seal, we are seeing a goddess on a throne that is composed of stars. This is a star chariot, a star throne that, again, the later Jewish mystics called the Merkaba throne chariot, the chariot of the gods. It's not the celestial vehicle that we see in the right, the winged ring, but rather It is some other kind of ascension throne or vehicle that is being described. And this goddess that we are seeing here is clearly a master of this spiritual technology that enables her to ascend through into the heavens and also descend into the earth plane. So key examples arise. Many of these have been seen on Ancient Aliens and elsewhere, where we see the gods standing on either side of the radiant tree of life, and then we see the god being in the winged ring above. That winged ring is the ancient symbol for sovereignty. And we know that we are a fully sovereign or fully whole, holy, or complete being when we ourselves have manifested this winged ring. It's an aspect of our consciousness, a living aspect of our consciousness that all of us have the capability of ultimately manifesting. And this is the great secret teaching of the Anunnaki that was passed along into the Egyptian tradition, later into the Jewish mystic tradition with the Essenes, who were also deeply involved in research as well as interaction with the Anunnaki. The Essenes, just briefly, were obsessed with how humans could transform themselves into angels or celestial beings. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they state emphatically that they were living or communing with these angelic beings at Qumran. My research reveals that the beings that the Essenes were interacting with are the very same ones that we see in these Babylonian seals that we're looking at now. They are the Apkallu priests of the Anunnaki. These are the ascension priests of the god Enki, the ones who were charged with transmitting the celestial secrets of ascension to human beings. And it's an incredible study when we start to realize that we have these super advanced beings who are coming to Earth, not for mundane purposes, but rather to assist in the transformation or ascension of humans into celestial beings. One of the great ascension heroes of the Anunnaki tales and the Sumerian stories is Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk from around 2300 BC. He is shown standing in between, in this gateway here that's being held open by these two figures. We see squiggly lines in this seal here. The squiggly lines symbolize water as well as frequency or vibration, telling us that Gilgamesh has ascended the stairway upon which he stands on and is now standing in the gate of the gods. He became the great archetypal hero of ascension literature because he was told by the goddess Inanna, an Anunnaki goddess, that he is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. And if he wanted to make it through the gate of the gods, the gate of the Anunnaki, then he was going to have to clean up his act. Because if he tried to go through this Stargate as 2/3 divine, it was going to be like walking into a blender. Gilgamesh was going to get his feathers ruffled. And so Inanna is telling him that in order to ascend, to go through the Stargate of the gods, we must first become whole, holy, complete, or fully sovereign beings. And what this ultimately meant was Gilgamesh had to purify, like the alchemists were describing, his soul so that it was whole, holy, and complete. Not 240 out of 360 or 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, but fully 360 pure. And this is a condition of the heart that we are describing here, a sense of purity of heart and mind that enabled him to attain his ultimate and full human capabilities and transform or ascend as a God being. Now, this is all of our ultimate quest. Archetypically speaking, each of us is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, according to this story. We all start out at around 240 out of 360. And over the course of this lifetime, or perhaps more likely many lifetimes, our quest is to polish that pearl, to take the lead of 240 and purify it into the gold of 360. And at this moment, each of us are living somewhere between 240 and 360 on that scale. Mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally, we are doing things that are reflective of our life at whatever that number is. Let's say it's 270 or 280. Our goal is to raise our vibration, if you will, to transcend our present state. And we do this by doing the things that we will be doing when we're at, say, 300 or 310 on that scale. When you're at 310, in this example, you will be doing different things mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally than you are presently doing. And what I encourage you to do is to begin to imagine what those things are. What will you be reading? What will you be eating? What will you be feeling? What will you be doing on a daily basis that is different from what you're presently doing? And then start doing those new things, and gradually you will begin to leave behind the old vibration of 270, 280, whatever it is, and raise yourself up to that higher level of 310 and beyond. This is how we start to scale up our vibration that enables us to scale the stairway to heaven. And note the use of the musical terms here. This is intentional because we are talking about frequency. We're talking about raising our vibration and tuning ourselves in up to the higher vibration of the divine beings. That's what it's all about. So in 2200 BC, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, it says, straight is the crossing point, the Nibiru, which means the gateway, and narrow is the way that leads to it. I might add here, just for notation, that a lot of people are under the impression that Nibiru is a planet. When we go into the Sumerian texts, and the Sumerian dictionaries, we find that they did not define Nibiru as a planet. The Sumerian dictionaries, most notably the Chicago Assyrian Dictionary, which is the noted authority on the Sumerian language, they define Nibiru as a star, a gate, and a crossing point. And this suggests to me that the Nibiru that everyone is seeking is not a planet, but rather is in fact a Stargate. And that Stargate, as we have just explored, is something that is perceived once we raising its vibration, because today the idea of the Stargate and the wormhole as an interstellar transportation device is basically common knowledge. We have massive understanding of this concept of traveling space-time through stargates and wormholes. That tells me that we're close to that crossing point in general, and that perhaps soon we will be given an opportunity to link up with these stargates. But back to the Epic of Gilgamesh, it says that straight is the crossing point, the Nibiru, and narrow is the way that leads to it. Now, let's go forward 2,000 years, actually 2,200 years, leaving 2200 BC behind, going up to the time of Jesus. And let's read the book of Matthew, where Jesus says, enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. He's obviously read the Epic of Gilgamesh. He's quoting the Epic of Gilgamesh because this is the ultimate ascension archetypal story. So of course, Jesus, as a master of ascension and an Essene master at that, is going to reference this original text that refers to our ascension, as he does here in the book of Matthew. There's no question that this is the source of his statement here. And he's again telling us that the gate of ascension is a narrow gate. What that means is that it requires us to do the spiritual work in order to enter into that gate. And that is the purpose of our work together today, is to assist in doing that work, to assist one another in doing that work, putting our hearts and minds together so that we can create a consciousness of ascension that will enable us to have a greater understanding and consciousness of that gate. I was in St. Paul's Cathedral in London recently, looked up into the dome, and here's the ascended Jesus standing on a stairway, just like Gilgamesh, standing in a gateway, just like Gilgamesh, but instead of two janitors on either side of the gate holding up a ringing portal, we have two angels. This is exactly the same scene that we saw in the cylinder seal from ancient Iraq. This, to me, talks about the power of this image and the power of this archetypal story of humans transforming themselves preparatory to entering that gate filled with light. And the recognition that all of us have this divine being within us. We all have the capability of crossing through that gateway and entering into the divine realms. So what I want to talk about now is a little bit more of the ancient Sumerian ideas about ascension. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to discuss this incredible statue of the goddess Ishtar, or Mari, from 2300 BC. Until 3 years ago, this statue was in the Syrian Museum in Aleppo, Syria, which is now the ground zero in the civil war in Aleppo. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed in that civil war in the past few years. Just before that war broke out, this statue, this priceless statue, was removed from the museum and taken to a safe place. Hopefully, it's still in that safe place. It was discovered originally in 1935 by French archaeologists. It's a fountain, and it's often referred to as the goddess with a vase. And when I first started reading Sitchin's works in the early 90s, he referenced this statue, and what he had to say about it absolutely blew my mind. He talked about how this statue is discussed in the second oldest human story. As I said a moment ago, the oldest human story is the Epic of Gilgamesh, which talks about his ascension. The second oldest story is about Inanna's, or Ishtar, later Mari's, descent into the underworld and her ultimate ascension. And as the story goes along, we learn that she is a prototype for all heroes in search of the arcanum, or the secrets of immortality and ascension. We learn in the story that she gathered together the 7 May objects. These are objects that relate to her ascension. And with these May objects in her possession, she prepares herself to journey into the afterlife by clothing and then disrobing herself in these objects. What most people don't realize about the Anunnaki is that they are masters of the afterlife realm. As I said earlier, they truly are teachers of ascension. They were here to assist us in navigating the afterlife as ascended beings. And this story of Inanna's ascension is a key text in that regard. This statue, as I said, of the goddess Mari is from the same time period that the Epic of Gilgamesh was written. As we look at this statue, we see that she wears the pala garment, which is called the robe of the soul, also referred to as the miracle garment. She wears blue stone beads, which were originally a rainbow necklace at her neck, at her throat. She wears on her head a helmet called the Shigura helmet. Traditionally, this is interpreted as the crown of the steppe. Sitchin liberally interpreted Shigura as that which makes go far into the universe. He may not have been that far off in that interpretation, because the crown that Mary is wearing, I refer to as her ascension crown. It represents her expanded consciousness that enabled her to ascend and travel through the halls or holes in space. She holds in her hand a vase that contained the water of life, or the elixir of immortality. She wears rings of gold around her wrist. All of these accoutrements that she is wearing are aspects of her consciousness that prepare her for her descension into the underworld and her ultimate ascension into the cosmos, and are evidence of the Anunnaki's understanding of the process of ascension. As we go forward from Sumeria in 2300 BC, we can go to 1500 BC in ancient Egypt, and we find that they too had powerful knowledge about ascension. In fact, the entire civilization of ancient Egypt was based on the idea of attaining ascension and eternal life. Eternal life is a celestial light being, not eternal life on earth in a flesh and blood human body, but rather eternal life as an ascended being. We meet with a god named Ptah, who Sitchin says, and I agree, as do other scholars, that Ptah is the Egyptian version of the Sumerian god Enki, who was credited with fashioning the human body in the Sumerian stories. This beautiful statue of Ptah is in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. It was found among the objects in Tutankhamun's tomb when it was discovered in Egypt in 1922. Here's Ptah's business card. It says he's the architect of heaven and earth, the master craftsman in working metals, sculptor, designer, and the fashioner of the bodies of men. He was a blacksmith, sculptor, and mason of the gods. Now, look at his hieroglyph here. Look at Ptah's hieroglyph. What do we see? We see what can easily be interpreted as a double helix of DNA. But Egyptologists would pipe back and say the ancient Egyptians knew nothing about DNA. But my contention would be, or my response would be, well, then how come the God who the ancient Egyptians said fashioned the human body has what looks like a double helix in his hieroglyph? I believe that the ancient Egyptians did know about DNA. They did know about the transformation of the human body. And when Ptah or Enki fashioned the human body, he did so to make it a more conducive vehicle for the ascension of the human soul. That's the objective. That's what is the ultimate quest of ancient Egyptian civilization, and also, I believe, the reason why the Anunnaki came to Earth many thousands of years ago. Like the Anunnaki, the ancient Egyptians believed that we have a soul, and that our soul can ascend into the heavens. The Egyptians said that we come to reside in the heavens as a star or a star being. And if the human soul passed all the tests that it would encounter in what's called the Duat or the netherworld, then it would become one with Osiris, the Lord of the Duat, and would live forever in the night sky as a bright star. What we're looking at here on the left is a scene from one of the shrines of Tutankhamun, which is one of the greatest alchemical books ever written. And it describes Tutankhamun's metamorphosis or transformation from an earth being into a star being. The ancient Egyptians left us all kinds of keys and codes about human transformation or metamorphosis. And one of the great researchers in this regard was Dr. Charles Muses, who proposed that the Egyptians had developed a technology in which tones, lights, and an as yet unidentified plant are used to open a rusty valve or trigger the production of large pulses of hormones similar to the X-dysone produced by larval forms of insects, which allows the adult form to emerge. In this way, they would allow the gestation or mutation of a non-molecular body, a new skin, a skin of light that would allow the survival of consciousness beyond physical death. That right there is the core mission of the Anunnaki. and of the Egyptian gods Ptah, because again, they're considered to be interchangeable beings. And by the way, Ptah, it is thought, originated in the star system Sirius. And Enki of the Anunnaki tradition also has connections with Sirius, further cementing the unification of these two figures. But the point is that both in the Sumerian tradition and in the Egyptian tradition, we see celestial beings coming to Earth to bring very specific knowledge about how humans will morph into a light body form. This is, again, vastly removed from the idea that they came here for gold, which we have dispelled with. We're just going to let that go. And we're going to focus on the real reason that they were here, which was to bring these celestial teachings of human ascension and how we attain this non-molecular, non-flesh and blood body, which is referred to as the light body, the resurrection body, or celestial flesh is another term that they use. And this is the whole point of the ancient Egyptian temples, was to create a spiritual environment where we can attain this higher level of spiritual consciousness. Even the Great Pyramid can be argued, as other researchers have, as a transfiguration machine. I think that when we describe the Great Pyramid as a power plant, as so many do, especially Chris Dunn, that we have to ask the question, what were they powering? Well, it wasn't iPhones and razors and automobiles. They were generating spiritual power for ultimately the attainment of the light body and the metamorphosis of the human into a celestial form. Tones. They were using, sorry, there goes my phone. Kind of funny that it just went off at that second. They were using tones, lights, and plants in order to effect this transmutation. And I believe that the Great Pyramid was part of this technology, as were the other temples of ancient Egypt. So as we look at this image here from Tutankhamun's shrine, what we're seeing in part is this idea that we can bring in stellar energies into our body that begin to affect this process of transmutation. And this is very important for us to get a handle on today, because as many people have demonstrated, our sun and solar system are moving into new regions of the Milky Way galaxy where we believe the frequency is going to be higher. And we're all going to begin to have access to this new light or vibration that will affect or assist us in affecting this transmutation into our light body form. This is the idea of our transformation from our pupal phase, as we see Tutankhamun presented here, into our butterfly phase, our non-molecular light body phase. And one of the great challenges of our time is to feed our imagination with images of a fully functioning human being. What does it mean once we embody this light and begin to change the human body? What form will the human body take in its next iteration, in its next light body form? And this is something we're going to be discussing as we continue here, because there are many examples of what the next human actually will look like and be like. So over the course of 1,000 years in ancient history, starting with Ishtar Amari in 2300 BC, going into Egypt in 1500 BC, 1,000 years later, we still see this idea of human ascension. And we see it connected with the idea of a robe of light. Let's talk about that robe of light from the Egyptian perspective for a moment. The name given to the robe of light by the ancient Egyptians was the crossed body. This comes from Gerald Massey, who was a poet and Egyptologist at the turn of the 20th century, who said that the resurrection of the human soul in the afterlife was the central fact of the Egyptian religion. And the transfigured, re-erected mummy, otherwise called the crossed, was the supreme symbol. The crossed is that bright white garment of light that we see Osiris wearing in this beautiful image. The crossed is really kind of a funny term for that light body, because I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and there people go to the church across, and little do they know that they're using an ancient Egyptian term for the light body of the ancient Egyptians. Here from the tomb of Nefertari in the Valley of the Queens, we see Nefertari in a transparent linen garment, indicating the light body, making an offering of food to Osiris in his resurrected form, in his crossed body. Not only is he wearing that bright white garment, but he's also sitting on a feathered throne. It's feathered because it's his ascension throne. It's his mode of transport into the cosmos. But it's not a spaceship in the sense of a hardware spaceship. It's a celestial consciousness vehicle that represents his expanded consciousness of his light body. He holds the crook and flail, which are symbols of his sovereignty. He wears the crossed garment and sits on the feathered ascension throne. All of these are symbols that represent his transmutation from a human form into his celestial light body, his regenerated light body form, which is why Osiris is portrayed painted green, by the way. In my work, I have made a unique connection or correspondence. On the left, we see Osiris on his feathered throne, and on the right, we see Padmasambhava, the Guru Rinpoche, as he's also called, from the Tibetan tradition. He is portrayed in what is called the rainbow body of light. He's actually sitting on a lotus throne in this rainbow body. In the Tibetan tradition, which comes from the stars, by the way, it's not an earthly teaching. Padmasambhava taught that the human body was designed to be dissolved into a body of light. It was actually, its frequency was meant to be accelerated until the body dissolves into a body of 5-colored rainbow light, leaving behind only hair, toe, and fingernails, which have no nerves to be transmuted. That, to me, is the same as the non-molecular light body that the ancient Egyptians were trying to achieve. Now, Tibetan researchers don't make the connection to ancient Egypt, and the ancient and traditional Egyptologists don't connect the resurrection body of Osiris to the Tibetan rainbow body. But I'm making that connection, and I'm making that connection in my name just so that, not out of ego gratifications, but so you know that we're breaking some new territory here, but also so that if you want to reference more material about this, you can look in my body of works, including my books, The Secret of Sion and The Lost Secret of the Watchers, for more material about this unique connection, because I think it's profound, I think it's powerful, and it links all the world's religions ultimately. So what we're looking at here is Padmasambhava in his non-molecular light body, or rainbow light body, as it's called. He's achieved what the Tibetans call the great perfection. He wears the crown of glory, which I believe corresponds with Mari's Shigura helmet, or ascension crown. He holds a resurrection stick in his hand that opens the gates of heaven. He also holds the Vajra, which is the Tibetan key of life, and it symbolizes compassion and action. Golden rays radiate from his body, and he sits on a lotus throne. Now, mark that symbolism in your mind, because we're going to see it again momentarily. But let's look at this example in a little bit more detail here. You can see that more clearly now that Dorji, or thunderbolt, which is the adamantine thunderbolt, and represents, as I said, compassionate or skillful means that destroy ignorance. It means that he holds the key of life and the ultimate ability of ascension. We more clearly can see that his robe is made of gold, radiating rainbow rays of light, and he holds the resurrection stick that opens the gates of heaven. Now let's make a comparison here between the swirling pattern of Osiris's Atef crown, as it's called, and the Tibetan rainbow body of light. I believe that they're conveying the same idea, that both of these figures have gone through a process of transmutation, utilized a technology where their bodies are accelerated, the frequencies of their bodies are accelerated, and they're now spun into this vortex of energy and manifest as the next level human, a resurrected human, a glorified human who lives or dwells in a non-molecular light body. This, to me, is the ultimate teaching brought to Earth long ago by these celestial beings or extraterrestrials. Did the Anunnaki bring the rainbow body teaching to Earth? I think it's a very good possibility. And while I don't have time to go into detail on that today, you can read my book, The Lost Secrets of the Watchers, which is available at Amazon and also from my website, williamhenry.net, and begin to follow this story and see how the ascension stories and teachings of the Anunnaki feed into the Egyptian tradition, which feeds into the Tibetan tradition, and ultimately also feeds into the Christian tradition of resurrection as well. And only today, with our understanding of this ancient knowledge and our ability to do the research that we're doing, are we able to make the connections between all of these traditions. Now, the key point here is that this ascension teaching that I'm describing, especially from the Tibetan point of view, did not originate on Earth. The Tibetans teach that it is taught in 13 star systems, including our own. So Sol is the name of our star system, but they're telling us that Sirius, Orion, the Pleiades, Cygnus, Lyra, Vega, Arcturus, and Ursa Major, which are the star systems that are mentioned over and over again in sacred traditions and in myth and scripture, are ultimately all connected. That Earth and Sol are part of a collective, if you will, maybe even to use a Star Trek term, a federation of star systems where this ascension and resurrection teaching is taught, with beings coming and going freely from those star systems through an interconnecting system of stargates or wormholes. That's the picture, the big picture of the ancient world. And when we're looking into these ancient stories and looking at their technology, I try to retune it back to this concept that these beings, these ascended beings, the Anunnaki, the Egyptian gods, the angels of the Old Testament, were beings who knew this secret of human transformation into angelic beings, celestial beings, or extraterrestrials, but not beings that were preparing themselves to climb aboard a spacecraft, but rather beings who were preparing their bodies to jump up to the next level, which had all these incredible capabilities, including the ability to travel through the stars as light beings. One of my favorite correspondences, or pet correspondences that I've made relative to the rainbow body, involves this image here. It's from Tibet, 8th century, where we see this celestial dancer, if you will. We see this figure surrounded by, in the rainbow body, with these multicolored rainbow light and gold rays spewing from its body. And it corresponds with a dance that I saw performed on a cruise ship in Luxor, Egypt, performed by a mystic Sufi dancer who began spinning in place. And next thing I knew, he had one of his robes spun into what looked like a UFO. And as he continues, my mind is absolutely blown by what I'm seeing, by this figure who is clearly a master of his craft. And the craft here looks like some kind of a flying saucer spinning around his body, a multicolored flying saucer. But then what happened was he took his second skirt and began spinning it, and my mind was even more blown wide open, because it looked to me like what he had done is transformed his body into the shape of a wormhole. And that has been my theory for the past 15 years, based on my research into the stories of the Anunnaki, is that they designed our body itself to become a portal from the soul's perspective. This is what we see in those rainbow body of light images. It's what we see in the Egyptian images. It's about the human body activating its latent capabilities and turning itself into a glorious rainbow body of light that in fact is able to, if not itself become a wormhole, to in fact open stargates or wormholes. This to me, when we're talking about the Anunnaki fashioning the human body, or Ptah fashioning the human body, this is what they inserted into our DNA, was this capability right here. My hypothesis is that before this tinkering of our DNA, this upgrade of our DNA, the human body wasn't able to morph into its celestial version, into its light body form, and that perhaps the soul was locked onto the earth plane. But once they recoded our DNA, put the ascension codes in, if you will, now the soul, the human soul, can utilize the body for the purpose that it was intended, as a ladder or stairway to heaven, as an ascension vehicle. And that is the ultimate goal of the Anunnaki and the Egyptian gods, was for us to recognize that the winged ring of sovereignty that we see in these images represents the next level of the human manifestation. It's what our body was designed to do for our soul, to become a celestial ascension vehicle. And that's our goal, is to apprehend this mystery and to begin to use our body for that spiritual purpose. Now, I realize I've taken you down a bit of a yellow brick road here, and that Oz might seem a little bit in the distance here. And I realize that getting a concept of a morphing body, of our transformation into a being that's capable of phasing into a light being and back into flesh, if we so desire, which is what the rainbow body beings are able to do, is perhaps hard to grasp. But I'm going to show you here in this example from The Wizard of Oz that it's been implanted in our consciousness. And this is in fact what the good witch Glinda does in The Wizard of Oz. So let's watch this brief sequence here of these images here of screenshots from the movie when Dorothy first appears in Oz and Glinda first appears to her. She appears as an orb of light. And as she gets closer, what we start to see is that orb of light changed colors. And inside the orb, we start to detect a human form. We see Glinda manifesting out of this bubble of light. This is exactly what the Tibetans say we can do with the rainbow body, and what I would suggest the Anunnaki also had the capability of doing, was morphing out of their light body form, or phasing out of their light body form into a flesh and blood form, and then back into their light body form. And what's kind of funny here is that Glinda even wears the crown. She also holds the staff, the star staff that's capable of opening holes in heaven, and she wears a glittering robe of light. That's just fun. And it's just a wonderful example in our media of our light body manifestation. She is, in my opinion, demonstrating in that fictional context what Padmasambhava says we all have the capability of doing. And as we noted earlier, he wears the crown. He holds the star stick, the resurrection stick that opens the gates of heaven, and he wears the same glittering robe. As we see here, Ptah in ancient Egypt also wears or holds the identical resurrection stick. He wears the crossed garment, the light body garment, and he stands before a rainbow-colored stairway to heaven, or Jed pillar. So in this original connection that I'm making here, and again, the Tibetans don't say it and the Egyptians don't say it, I'm saying it. I'm asking you to go along with this with me in making this important connection. What we're seeing here is a correspondence between these traditions, but again, the point that we have to make sure we're getting a hold of is that this teaching is not an earthly teaching. It comes from these other star systems. It is an extraterrestrial ascension teaching. And what we're seeing here is the technology of ascension being utilized both by Padmasambhava and by Ptah. So here we see in this detail the correspondence between these two figures and even their names. Padma, which means lotus born, Padmasambhava, and Ptah are phonetically similar. Could be just coincidence, or it could be suggestive of a real, true, intentional correspondence between these two figures. In the Harris Papyrus, we see Ptah in his full resurrection garments. He wears the skull cap or helmet of salvation. He's got rainbow rings, the necklace of immortality around his throat. Like Mari or Ishtar, he wears rings of gold. He has the resurrection stick, and he wears a feathered resurrection garment, a many-colored or coat of many colors. This is the origin of that biblical story of Joseph and the coat of many colors. It's a story referring to the rainbow body of light, or the glory body. And that is another way that we track this, is by just following the name, the many-colored garment of light, the glory body, the resurrection body, the light body. They all ultimately refer to this same garment of light that is within us. Ptah, by the way, as we noted earlier, is the Egyptian god of technology. Not only did he fashion the human body, but he's also credited with the creation of the holy resurrection stick and also the ship of eternity, also called the Ark of the Millions of Years, or ship of eternity. It's the celestial boat of the ascended ones. And here we're looking at a Ptolemaic king, a human being, who has portrayed himself as an ascended celestial being, who is now riding upon that ship of eternity as an ascended being. One of the things that I'm noted for is making the connection between the way the ancient Egyptians portrayed the ship of eternity and how precisely it matches the way modern science portrays a wormhole. And again, this was actually one of the starting points, as well as my studies in the Anunnaki, to recognize that these beings are actually Stargate travelers. That's what this imagery is showing us, and that when the resurrected Pharaoh travels to Orion, as we're told he does in the Egyptian resurrection text, he's traveling the stars on the ship of eternity, which is what we call a wormhole. The Egyptians called it the Ark of the Millions of Years, or the ship of eternity, but it's clearly a wormhole that we're describing here, and it's the method of transport through the cosmos. And the thing is that the ancient Egyptians were very clear that this flesh and blood body was not going to be able to travel that wormhole. A transformation of our body into a non-molecular light body was required in order for that to occur. And that was the whole point of the ancient Egyptian, what I refer to as Stargate metaphysics. That's what the celestial beings brought to us. That's what they intended for us to ultimately attain, was this light being or light body status. So here again at the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, we see the Pharaoh on his feathered throne, feathered because it's his ascension throne. He's sitting on the ship of eternity. He holds the key of life in his hand. And he also holds the holy resurrection stick, and he wears the crown. These are all the same symbols that we've seen utilized by Padmasambhava. The same ones, of course, used by Osiris as well. This is the way the ancient Egyptians portrayed this ascension or resurrection technology. And it's repeated over and over again in these various spiritual traditions, because ultimately these are not actual physical technologies. They're symbols of psycho-spiritual attributes, or apps, if you will, that are within us. We all have the capability of activating the crown of wisdom within us. We all have the capability of holding the key of life. It's not something we're going to dig up in an Egyptian temple. The key of life is compassion in action. The resurrection stick symbolizes our fully activated spinal cord system. And the ascension throne, the wormhole throne, is something that is developed from within our bodies. So here we're seeing the correspondence then between Padmasambhava in the Tibetan tradition. He's sitting on his lotus throne. He holds the holy resurrection stick, the star stick. He wears the crown of salvation. He holds the Vajra, the Tibetan key of life, and his body radiates feathered golden light. He's exactly the same as the Ptolemaic king sitting on his feathered ascension throne on the Ark of the Millions of Years, holding the resurrection stick and the key of life, wearing the crown. There's a direct correspondence between these images because, again, I'm proposing they're coming from the same celestial source. These are part of the same tribe of beings who travel perhaps our cosmos, bringing these ascension teachings to Earth. And when the Anunnaki came here originally, they were part of that tribe of beings who were part of that same cosmic mission to bring this holy teaching to Earth. So here again, we're looking in detail at Padmasambhava with the crown, the stick, the Vajra, the lotus throne, and the golden rays. Going forward, we see this identical imagery in the Jewish mystical tradition, where now we see Elijah in 800 BC ascending into the heavens in a whirlwind. He did this at a place called Gilgal, while 50 sons of Anak, or Anunnaki, witnessed this ceremony. And as Elijah is ascending on the whirlwind, he turns to his priest Elisha and transmits to him his holy garment, which is called his pala, or miracle garment. This is exactly the same as the crossed garment of ancient Egypt. It's exactly the same as the garment of Ptah. It's the same as the miracle garment of Ishtar. It's this transmittable garment that has been passed along throughout time. Later, 800 years later, Elijah reincarnates as John the Baptist, the Essene initiator of Jesus. And in this painting from the National Gallery in Washington, D.C., we see John the Baptist reacquiring his holy garment, reacquiring his supernatural spiritual capabilities. I was in Venice, in San Marco, and I took this picture here of an angel transmitting this holy garment to John the Baptist, suggesting that perhaps it was a celestial being that intervened on his behalf in order to transmit to him this holy garment of life. What does John the Baptist do with it? He transmits it to his cousin, Jesus, who then becomes the Christed being as a result of his ability to utilize the powers of this sacred garment. And so what we're seeing here in this imagery and in the story of Jesus acquiring the garment at the baptism held here by these angels, and notice how Leonardo shows Jesus wearing a many-colored garment, suggestive of the rainbow body, is the continuous transmission of this sacred teaching from 2000 BC up into the time of Jesus. And now today, we are in the process of reintegrating this teaching, of rediscovering it and its power and understanding that once we put on this robe of light, that we have the capability of linking with the celestial beings. Ultimately, the reason why we want to attain this non-molecular light body, as the Egyptians called it, which is also the robe of light, the robe of sanctity, the robe of glory, the shining garment, the garment of light, and the beaming garment, is because it ultimately will give us authority, jurisdiction, liberty, power, ability, capacity, and strength. Power and the right to act and to transform Earth from its present state into an ascended state. because that is the ultimate mission of these light beings in coming to Earth, was not only to assist in the transformation of the human soul and the ascension of the human soul, but also in the ascension of the Earth itself. And that is the purpose, the reason why we seek to connect with these beings and to put on this powerful garment of light. This is one of my favorite paintings. It's called The Light of the World. It's also in St. Paul's Cathedral here in London. It was painted at the turn of the 20th century by William Holman Hunt. And it portrays Jesus as the high priest of the Order of Melchizedek, which was one of his titles. He wears the crown of glory, the breastplate of righteousness. He wears a radiant garment of light, and he stands in the sandals of peace. These are all of the accoutrements that we have been describing, worn by Padmasambhava, worn by Ishtar or Mari, also worn by Osiris. And they're also worn by the Israelite high priest when he would enter into the Holy of Holies of Solomon's temple and interact with Yahweh on the Ark of the Covenant. The Essenes tell us that there were multiple copies of, or multiple persons rather, wore these garments at the same time. This affirms to me that these garments that we're describing here are not literal physical garments. The breastplate is not an actual physical breastplate, nor is the crown that he's wearing. These are symbols, once again, of the activated heart, of the activated crown chakra. And when they put on the belt of truth, that means that they will speak only truth. When they wear the sandals of peace, they will walk the earth in peace with the intention of creating peace on earth, which means the unity of heaven and earth. The high priest of Israel, including Jesus as the high priest of the Order of Melchizedek, are dressed exactly like Padmasambhava. They all have the same symbols, not because they have multiple copies of a technology, but because this is suggestive of a spiritual technology within all of us that we are reclaiming today. And as part of my morning meditation, I link with an image like this, and I would encourage you to take a screenshot of these paintings of Padmasambhava or the Israelite high priest and intend that you have your crown chakra activated, that your salvation crown is activated, that you activate the power of your heart chakra and wear the breastplate of righteousness, that you wear the belt of truth, that you stand in the sandals of peace, that you hold the star stick that opens the gates of heaven. As we begin to connect these dots with these beings, we begin to activate these latent capabilities that are already within us. And we are then able to then access the power that these symbols represent. As we begin to walk our daily lives, wearing the crown, with the expanded crown, with the open heart chakra, wearing the belt of truth and the sandals of peace, and the robe of light, the robe of glory, we begin to walk the earth as an ascended being. And what this does, in my opinion, is it starts to connect us with the ascension intelligence of these beings. It locks us into a way of life that is different from the human way of life and is more like the way of life of the celestials. Because in order to attain their celestial status, they had to have that pure heart. They had to be beings, righteous beings, who spoke truth and had their intentions set on creating peace or the unity of heaven and earth. And they literally had their head in the stars. And we can too. A further reason that we do this comes from the Apostle Paul, who provides motivation in his letter to the Ephesians, who were Essenes living in Ephesus in Turkey. He tells us that there's a celestial battle that's going on. There are powers in the cosmos that literally seek to take our soul from us, and that we must be strong in the Lord and his mighty power. because our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, the powers of the dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. He tells us, therefore, to put on our full armor of God, to stand firm with the belt of truth, with our feet fitted with readiness from the gospel of peace, to take up the shield of faith, and to wear the helmet of salvation and the sword of spirit, which is the word of God. Paul is clearly urging us to augment the human body with these spiritual apps for battles against an otherworldly force. Again, some take these to be literal or actual power tools or technologies, but I understand these, and I'm encouraging you to understand this, as psycho-spiritual apps that we embody. As I said, the belt of truth is just that. And as Paul says, the use of the spiritual technology literally forms a shield of faith, a suit of cosmic force or armor, a second skin that seals us and protects us, and also permits access to realms off limits to humans who are clothed only in ordinary skin. Ultimately, in wearing these spiritual apps and living the life that is suggested by them, it prepares us to put on our garment of bright whiteness and follow Jesus and the other ascended masters through the Stargate into the ascended realms. And this is ultimately what the Anunnaki intended for us, what Ptah intended for us, what all the great masters intend for us, was for us to be changed in the moment, in a twinkling of an eye, and be raised. And by that, what they meant is to ultimately attain our own rainbow body of light, our non-molecular light body, our glory body, or our resurrection body. I wanted to leave some time for questions and to go into detail in any way that I can. So I'm going to stop now with the presentation for today. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have enjoyed being able to present it to you. I want to thank once again Neil Gower and Portals to Ascension for gathering us together. As Neil will tell you when he sends an email link, we're going to be gathering together once again at the end of May for another webinar, a more detailed webinar about the ascension teachings of the Egyptians, and especially of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. And I'll be going into detail about the revolutionary light body teachings that those two incredible avatars brought to Earth. I'll be showing how Jesus and Mary Magdalene, who are portrayed here, retrieved that teaching and updated it. And then I'm going to take you into the story of Francis of Assisi and Clare of Assisi and show how this ascension teaching was brought forward in the 13th century. And then we'll bring it also into our era as well. What my intention in doing this will be is to show how the divine masculine and the divine feminine unite in this resurrection teaching, and how all of us, by uniting the male and female within, can manifest that rainbow body of light. So I hope you'll mark your calendar for May 28th to join us for my webinar on the second Christ, where we will be making these connections for the first time. And you'll see an incredible visual exploration, as we have done here today, but also, more importantly, we'll have practical tools as well that will show you how you can connect more deeply with this ascension teaching. As I said at the very beginning, I believe that ascension was the reason why the gods, or the ascended ones, the avatars, came to Earth originally. And for more detail on this, you can go into my book, The Lost Secret of the Watchers, if you're interested in the Anunnaki, and how their true intention was to bring these ascension teachings to Earth. The gold that they sought was the golden souls, the purified souls of humans that can then ascend into the heavens. And with that, we truly gain a deeper and more true understanding of our cosmic connections with these beings. So I'm going to open up now to, in the remaining time that we have, which is about 15 minutes, I think, and entertain any questions that you might have. So Neil, if you can help me find those questions, that would be just great. Okay. Oh, okay. So Philip Christophers asks, what about the inner Earth connection or Shambhala and their part in either aiding us or holding us back? It's a wonderful question because, of course, the Shambhala is the realm of the immortal beings, who are the rainbow body beings. I have been looking into this question of Shambhala for quite a while, ever since I wrote a book in 1999 called The Atomic Christ, which was about Franklin Delano Roosevelt's quest for the Holy Grail in Mongolia in 1933. He, along with his two-term Secretary of Agriculture, Henry A. Wallace, and a third person, a Russian mystic and painter named Nicholas Roerich, reformed the archetypal trio of the three wise men and sent Roerich to Shambhala in search of what's called the Chintamani stone, or the wish-fulfilling jewel. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Chintamani stone is the stone that produces the rainbow body of light. It's believed to have been of extraterrestrial origin, possibly coming from Sirius, and is really the basis for the Holy Grail stories, as well as the stories of the Philosopher's Stone, the stone of transmutation. So quite possibly when we're talking about Shambhala, and quite probably we're actually talking about the realm out of which these beings emerged. Now, when Roerich went to Mongolia, he was seeking Mount Meru, which is actually the access point or portal to Shambhala, or the realm of these immortal beings. In my opinion, these beings their intention is to assist us in our own transformation into celestial beings, because once you attain this level of ascension, you become a wholly compassionate being. And you couldn't possibly have it within your heart to want to, in any way, harm another being. That's just part of this whole process, and that's why I believe that this teaching is so important at this time, because as we all embrace our higher consciousness abilities, we recognize that we're all one, and that love truly is the only path that any of us can walk. And therefore, when we're on this path, there's only one way forward, and that's to be a being of total love and in total light. Can you share the image of the Buddha and Ptah that you mentioned we could use? Yeah, it's this one right here. I highly recommend, again, a screenshot. On my cell phone, I have a screenshot of Padmasambhava. The average person looks at their cell phone 200 times a day. That's what we're being told. I hope I don't do it that many times, but I know I do it quite a few times. And so every time I'm looking at Padmasambhava in his rainbow light body, I have a backstory of understanding that tells me that because he's a guru, an avatar, Ptah can manifest through an image. This is fundamental understanding of how the Tibetans believe the rainbow light body vibration is transmitted. It's done through paintings, tankas, such as what we're looking at here, which was gifted to me by the Windhorse here in London, which is a wonderful online resource for Tibetan tankas, the Windhorse Foundation. They became aware of my work and offered this tanka to me as a gift to assist in this teaching. Behind it is this powerful idea that the image of Padmasambhava is actually a sacred mirror. It's an icon, a portal, through which the vibration of Padmasambhava can manifest and transmit to us the holy vibration of the rainbow body of light. So that's why I highly encourage people to utilize it as an open eye meditation. And I would encourage you here to do the same. So thank you for asking about that. On the Mac, it's almost impossible to acquire a screenshot. Well, just take your cell phone up to the screen and take a picture. Then would be one way you could do that. Okay. Jody says she looks forward to the session about Akhenaten and Nefertiti. You're going to absolutely love this. I mean, it's to me, it's one of the most profound areas of research that I've been doing, and I'm so excited to be able to present that material to you and show how Akhenaten and Nefertiti, Jesus and Mary Magdalene, Francis and Claire of Assisi, all embody this ascension teaching. And you're going to be very surprised, I think, by the common thread that is woven through their life stories. It's almost as if they're reincarnations of one another. I wouldn't go that far, but we will definitely see how they all embodied the same profound teaching. Are you familiar with current Nibiru Planet X data put out by JPL folks, body coming out of Neptune? Yeah, vaguely. I'm very hesitant, again, to call that the Nibiru that Sitchin was referring to with the Anunnaki, because it's very clear from the Sumerians themselves that Nibiru was not a planet. Sitchin thought it was a planet. The Sumerians themselves never, ever thought of Nibiru as a planet. Just did not happen. They themselves said it was a star, a gate, and a crossing place. Now, could what we think of as Nibiru be the Dyson sphere concept? I highly encourage you, to take a look at the webinar that Neil and I presented called Ancient Alien Astro Chickens. It should be available on the Portal to Ascension website, in which I go into that concept in detail relative to Egyptian creation mythology. I think you'll really enjoy that. Are there any particular tones or meditation that will aid in obtaining a light body? Well, I am a huge proponent of the open eye meditation on images. And this is my practice, is to utilize these images. And again, whether you're talking about the Christian concept of the icon, or if you're talking about the Tibetan concept of ekagrata, or one-pointed focus on meditation, so that the guru can then overlay a blueprint onto your DNA, they all say the same thing. The image itself will show you the way. And this is why I've spent thousands of hours and many, many thousands of dollars trying to acquire high-resolution images in museums and elsewhere, other resources, of activated light body paintings of the rainbow body or Christ in his glory body, because I know the power of those images, and I seek to utilize those for my personal practice, and also to share them with you as well, as a way that will assist you or embellish your existing practice as well. So it looks like we're just about out of time here. Yeah, so Jashira, hi Jashira, she asked about Sitchin. I don't want to really denigrate Sitchin too much, because he did so much good, but we did recognize, and I was among the early first waivers of people saying there's problems, there's real issues in that work. And what I'm attempting to do is to build from his original ideas, but to try and get back to the real core of what the Anunnaki message was all about. And I hope that you'll follow through on some of the research paths that I've been following in my book, The Lost Secrets of the Watchers. So what else do you have? Okay, so I think what we'll do then is we'll wrap up for today with a deep, heartfelt thanks once again to Neil and Portals to Ascension for bringing us together. And thank you, everybody, for spending this time. The work you're doing is invaluable. it will change our world. And what we're doing now is important steps in that process. And I just absolutely want to send you the deepest love I have for you right now, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here today and for doing all that you're doing. So God bless everybody. Namaste.
Thank you so much, William.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. We love you so much, and we're going to be following you, and I'm extremely excited for the workshop at the end of the month. Let's do this.
Me too. Thank you so much.
Bye, brother. Have a beautiful day.
Bye, you too.
Enjoy
Bye.
London. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was incredible. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for all the new people. Over the course of William presenting, we had 130 more people join us. So now we're at 230 people in the room, which is pretty exciting. The way our webinars work is we have viewing parties everywhere. So a person purchases a ticket, or for this one, it's a free event, and there's like 20 to 40 people all over the world sitting and watching these events. So I'm sure we have at least 1,000 people watching right now. And since we have over 2,300 signed up, we're probably gonna have 5,000 plus viewing this, which shows me that this is definitely where the energy is right now. And of all the events that we've done, especially the no-cost webinars, this one has the greatest response. So True World History is truly where it's at. And that actually moves me into our next presenter. But firstly, I want to mention a couple of things based on a couple of comments. Somebody said something about sound and frequency and how to use it to obtain the light body. So another thing that my wife and I do is we do sound healing, where we use Tibetan bowls and tuning forks, didgeridoos, bunch of instruments from all over the world, ancient instruments that we use for sound healing. What I've come to realize is that when instruments were originally created, right, or let's say over 10,000 years ago in ancient civilizations, instruments weren't created for entertainment originally. They were created to heal you, and so that you could obtain that higher frequency and shift into basically being a more empowered spiritual being on this planet. Entertainment was a consequence of that. So they would play these instruments, they would create energetic bubbles that would heal them from all types of ailments, and the sound was great, so it became entertaining. Over the course of thousands of years, we kind of disconnected from the healing aspect, and we became so much focused on instant gratification, and that we moved into the external aspect of music just being solely for entertainment and not for healing. So even though music and the frequencies and the notes of every single musical piece affects us, affects our consciousness, we are living in a world where people aren't aware of that. So therefore, we're being affected in some times, for lack of a better way of explaining it, like a negative way, because the vibrations are very low and dense, and it's keeping us stuck and perpetuating a lower vibrational existence. So now with this awareness of sound and frequency, and how it can affect you, we're moving into an age where music is going to become extremely intentional. Once you realize that the note C, for example, affects your root chakra, which also affects all your bottom organs, then you know that once you play the note C, you're energizing that chakra. A good frequency to answer the person who said what's good sound to use, if you YouTube 432 hertz frequency, 432 hertz is the same frequency that our universe is emanating. The black hole in the center of our galaxy is emanating. It's the universal harmonic. I feel that if you were to use 432 hertz in your daily meditation, morning, night, just have it in the background, it would really help you embody those energetics without you having to really to focus on it. It's kind of, it will just happen to you just because you're around that frequency all the time. So our next presenter actually knows quite a bit about fractal geometry and sound frequency. He's actually a musician, and he's the lead emissary of Nassim Haramein. So he's going to be touching on a full spectrum of information in regards to ancient civilizations and evidence of megaliths. Yes, Salvatore, 432 hertz, you got it. So he's going to be speaking about ancient civilizations, the megalithic structures, and what that means for humanity. Some of his information comes from an individual called Graham Hancock, who I just briefly want to talk about. That in his new book, Graham Hancock, he actually said that this year, the alternative archaeological movement for the true world history is becoming greater. than the mainstream movement that is suppressing all this information about how there were advanced civilizations 10,000 plus years ago. And so within this year up until next year, we're going to see a huge push from the archaeological movement that is now becoming mainstream to start changing our history books. So the reason for this event is kind of like the forefront of the history books beginning to change. So just stay tuned for that and start telling people all this information, share it with people. One of the things that we've now discovered is over 9,000 years ago, there was an advanced civilization that was destroyed. And around 13,000 years ago, there was another advanced civilization that was destroyed. All this information was myth and in ancient scriptures and Sumerian scriptures, Egyptian scriptures, Indian scriptures, all over the world. But it was myth. There was no hardcore evidence. So everybody could say it was mythology. However, through Graham Hancock and other amazing archaeologists and researchers, such as William Henry, all this information and hardcore evidence is now coming to the scene. So the cover-up, the mass cover-up, is becoming too embarrassing to keep anymore. They can't do it because we've now discovered artifacts that date back 9,000 years ago where they used diamond-cut machines in order to create these megalithic structures that we can't even mimic today. And we've been saying that for a while, but now it's being proven that we cannot do that. And there must have been more advanced civilizations in the past that used their awareness to create these structures. So this brings me into Jamie Janover. So a little bit about what Jamie's going to be presenting today. Did ancient civilizations have knowledge of the structure of space-time and apply this knowledge in the building of megalithic structures using energy-generating gravity and gravity-controlled technologies? Through an understanding of the fundamental patterns found in unified physics and how it relates to symbols, scriptures, hieroglyphs, and structures, there's a strong indication that this may be in fact so. The next question is, how did these ancient cultures know of this fundamental universal geometric pattern? The evidence points to information that came from elsewhere, not from Terra, but perhaps then extraterrestrial. Information was seeded on this planet many thousands of years ago and led to rise of diverse cultures and religions we see today. From crop circles to megaliths and documents, the evidence is out there that not only are we not alone, rather that we have been watched over this whole time and perhaps even guided from the very beginning of life on this planet. So, Jamie, I'm going to make you a presenter, and then come and join me. There we go. Hey, brother. Go ahead and click your mute button. Can't hear you. Microphone.
Right, mute button. Hey, how's it going?
There you go. Good, man. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, cool.
Okay, it's all yours, bro.
All right, what's up, everybody? Well, man, thanks so much, Neil. This is a really great thing that these guys are doing. You know, the story that he just told about everything changing and new evidence coming out in the world of archaeology is not just in that discipline. I'm finding that to happen all over the place in every discipline. And so just to let you know, I am a musician and I am not a physicist and I'm not an archaeologist. I am probably like many of you, somebody who's just interested in these subjects, discovered various people talking about these things, got more interested, started studying, and then I discovered, you know, Graham Hancock, which he just mentioned, and especially Nassim Haramein. Nassim is an independent researcher. He considers himself a physicist in the sense that he does the math that physicists do to write their equations to describe the nature of the universe and reality. However, Nassim is not a traditional physicist in the sense that he is not part of a university, not part of the camp that you would call the standard model of physics, which is kind of like the agreed upon model for the known universe that is being taught in universities right now. And I would say in archaeology and in history and in world history, there is the finding that we're having the same kind of thing happening in the world of physics, in the world of science in general, and that we're now having to not only rewrite the textbooks for history, but we're starting to have to rewrite all of the textbooks, really. And my specific angle on the world history is going to be through the physics, because interestingly, if you go into the details of Nassim Haramein's unified field theory, what he's talking about is the geometry and the structure of space-time itself. And that information has been encoded into all these ancient structures. So I'm going to go through pretty briefly, really, because it's such a vast subject. Skimming across many subjects and trying to give you a basic overall picture of how the modern physics relates to the ancient structures around the planet, and kind of bolsters the theory that these folks were not just, pulling tons and tons of material around with vine ropes and slaves, right? We all remember this story. I'll get this into more detail, but I've basically found that the new information that was being discovered was so different than what I was taught in school that I got kind of bummed. I was upset. Like, wait a minute, I answered all the questions on all those tests the way my teachers wanted me to answer them, and I got a fairly good grade in that class. And now it's turning out that those answers were incorrect. And so we should probably update textbooks and what we're telling kids as fast as we can possibly update them when we come up with new information. I think, unfortunately, it takes quite some time in certain cases for proven new information to actually filter through and be accepted by the mainstream, and then actually get into a textbook and actually be printed and shipped off to high school so that kids can open it and read it. At this point, we probably shouldn't even be printing anything, right? We should just do it all through digital and stop chopping down the trees. So here we go. I'm going to jump into sharing my screen here and getting into Keynote, and then select a window. Which one is it? Sorry. Sharing screen. Hopefully this will go. And Keynote. Okay. All right, how's this? You guys are seeing this, I hope. I start off with this slide here. This is a picture of Chichen Itza, and it's a pyramid in Mexico. And I start out with this slide because it's a great example of a structure that was made a long time ago and is exhibiting properties that would be very difficult, if not impossible, to replicate today. This picture was taken in the afternoon as the sun is setting on the equinox, and you'll notice that the edge of the pyramid is casting a shadow onto the staircase that makes it look like a snake. There's the, snake's body down there and the head at the bottom. And it's not like you could just say, okay, let's build this giant structure and we'll wait until the equinox comes, and then we'll call everybody out of the jungle to rotate it in place to make it do this. They had to know from the very beginning, from stone one, exactly how to build this to make it do this. This is showing you that these folks probably knew, first of all, that we lived on a sphere, that we were going around the sun, about the idea of equinoxes and solstices in the first place, probably about precession and a bunch of very, technical, mathematical, geometric information that you would need to be able to predict this phenomenon to be physically possible. And this was something that Nassim Haramein, an independent researcher who was trying to figure out the geometry of space-time, discovered on a vacation, really. He was just trying to get away from his normal patterning and went to Mexico, and it started him thinking, whoever built this knew some serious geometry, and maybe there's a clue as to the geometry of the structure of the inhabitant thing that we're inside of right now, called space-time. And that is fundamental to unified field theory. In a very short synopsis of Nassim Haramein's unified field theory, he wanted to figure out why it is that we can measure space itself to be completely filled with energy. It used to be called the plenum. It used to be called the ether. This is before Einstein, right? And everything started to come back to the ether or the plenum, or what's now called the 0-point field, or the quantum foam, or the vacuum, or space, or God, or mana, or chi, or prana. It's had all these different names in all these different cultures. But at a certain point in the history of physics, when everything started to emerge from and go back to this mysterious property of space-time itself called the ether, it started to sound a little too magical for the scientists, which we can understand, right? Physicists don't want to be mystics. They don't want to be considered spiritual beings or gurus or, somebody that is speaking in metaphor. They want to collect actual data of actual observations of actual things, not just make up some stuff and give it a name and throw it into their theory. And so in order to get rid of this magical idea of prana or mana or the ether or the plenum, they said, well, you know, yeah, we're measuring space to be completely filled with energy, but we can't just go around saying that it's infinitely full of energy, or else what are we saying, really? We have to give some finite numbers. And so they did something in physics called renormalization. And this is basically a fancy word for adding in a mathematical constant and renormalizing a number that would normally be infinite to make it finite. In other words, putting a cutoff value and a fudge factor, right? And as it turns out, this is an infinite fudge factor, because if you're cutting off a value that's infinite, it doesn't matter where you cut it off. You're cutting off a vast amount of information on there. And so basically they took a constant, it wasn't arbitrary, right? They used the cosmological constant and various other observations, and basically said, okay, we'll say that the energy in space itself is really, 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 really full, but it's not infinite. And they gave it a cutoff value. And this process is called renormalization. And Nassim Haramein looks at that and says, yeah, but by doing that, you are throwing off a lot. You're saying that something that's maybe infinite or nearly infinite is not infinite. And by doing that, they lost the ether. They lost the plenum. They lost the 0 point field. And the details around all this are rather complex and very ornate, and I don't have the time to go into all that physics, but I'll cut to the chase, which is if you make an error at the base of your model and then you try to build upon that to the very end, you might end up saying, okay, according to our calculations, there's a certain amount of mass in the universe, let's go look for it. And when they looked for it in their telescopes, they said, uh-oh, we're missing some of the mass. And the answer is they're missing 95% of the mass. Right? You've heard about this. They've been looking for this dark matter stuff that they can't find, and it represents 95% of the mass of the universe. Maybe if you have a theory that is only predicting 5% of what you can observe, there might have been an issue with the equations in that theory. And that's basically what Nassim Haramein is saying, that they shouldn't have renormalized the energy in the fabric of the vacuum. And when you do not renormalize it, then everything starts to make sense. Then you realize that inside the structure of space, it is so incredibly filled with energy that everything we observe actually emerges from and returns to this source field of energy, right? This is what David Wilcock calls the source field. It's the same thing, okay? And now we're finding evidence here in ancient cultures that these guys knew the geometry of the space, because if you want to figure out why it is that space is full, even though we consider it to be completely empty, you have to maybe come up with a theory of how that's even possible. It's got to be the biggest anomaly in the history of physics. We measure space to be completely filled, but I can move my hand right here. I don't feel anything. What do you mean? This isn't infinitely dense. I know I'm in the atmosphere and there's air here, and if a hurricane comes, it could knock over my house. But if I'm floating between galaxies and I move my hand like this, is there a viscosity to this? Is there anything there? As it turns out, there is. Casimir in 1940s or something came up with an experiment to measure the fabric of the vacuum density, the density of the quantum vacuum. And as it turns out, and we don't have time to go into the details of how they got to this, the vacuum is very, very, very full, nearly infinitely full with energy. And we perceive it as empty, perhaps because the structure of the space itself is in a perfectly balanced equilibrium state. Maybe the structure of the space itself. Now, wait a minute, what's the study of structure in space called? It's called geometry, right? That's how you study structure in space. So the question is, what is the geometry of the structure of the fabric of the vacuum of the universe that accounts for the fact that space is infinitely full, but we perceive it as empty? The answer is a perfectly balanced geometry. This was first come up with by Buckminster Fuller. It's called the cube octahedron here, the vector equilibrium. Every line in this geometry is the same length, and if you had a singularity or a point in the center of the geometry, you could make 12 radial vectors that go off to the edges, and it would create a perfectly balanced geometry where every vector, including the vectors from the center to the edge, are all the same geometry. Now, if you take a bunch of tetrahedrons and you stack them together, and you get to 64 total tetrahedrons, you will get this perfectly balanced vector equilibrium geometry inside of another perfectly balanced vector equilibrium geometry. It's the beginning, the first octave, if you will, of an infinitely repeating pattern of geometry in the structure of space-time. Basically, Nassim Haramein describing the structure of space-time as an infinite tetrahedral array creating octaves of perfectly balanced geometry called the vector equilibrium, otherwise known as a cube octahedron. Here's 64 tetrahedrons. This is 2 octaves of this geometry. It's the smallest number of tetrahedrons you need to begin to see this geometry. And if you look inside of a tetrahedral array, the faces, these cavities that are on the outside of this 64 tetrahedron structure, this is what you would call a stellated octahedron. An octahedron is one of the 5 platonic solids. A stellated octahedron is a pyramid, okay? So this pyramid cavity is the same geometry that we see in this pyramid here and pyramids around the world. And so Nassim started looking at the pyramids, and specifically here in Mexico, and how incredibly accurate this is. And he thought maybe the ancient cultures that built this knew something about the geometry of space-time. So this is Teotihuacan in Mexico. It's about 100 kilometers from Mexico City. I hope to get here myself. I have not been to this location yet, but I will get here. And the guy who studied this city for something like 30 years, Peter Tompkins, at the end of his career wrote this book called The Secrets of the Mexican Pyramids. And in this book, you'll find this image showing that the ancient cultures in the Yucatan Peninsula were trying to convey to people, or to us maybe, that if you put a tetrahedron inside of a sphere, it intersects the sphere at a very specific latitude, that being 19.47 degrees north or south, depending on which orientation you're doing with your tetrahedron. And this is a very important latitude, not only on this sphere, but around the entire universe. You'll find important relationships between spheres and tetrahedrons. Let's look at our sphere, right, the Earth. And if you look at 19.47, not only is the largest mountain on the planet there, the big island of Hawaii, right, it's something like 36,000 feet from the summit to the seafloor. Also, you'll find this city, Teotihuacan, is built exactly at this latitude. So not only were they conveying it with the buildings in the city, they put the city on this latitude, on the sphere that we're on right now. That could be a coincidence, I suppose. Anything could be a coincidence, right? But if you stack a whole bunch of things and they all point in the same direction, the chance of them all being a coincidence goes down and down and down. And the more you look into this, the more coincidences you find across the spectrum in all these different ways. And it's getting to the point where it's starting to be obvious that it's not a coincidence. And so now people are starting to look into this in more detail, right? And so we're looking at other spheres beyond our sphere. And you look at the planet Jupiter, we've all seen the big red spot. It's been observed since we invented telescopes. 350 years ago, we saw the great red spot, and it's still there at 19.47 degrees, hasn't moved. It's gotten smaller recently, but it hasn't left that latitude. There it is, stretched out, you can see. And so we have this same kind of phenomenon, not just happening in planets, but also in stars. There's increased sunspot activity on the sun at 19.47 degrees north and south. And you also have these vortices that appear on planet Earth, creating various gravitational anomalies. Everybody's heard of the Bermuda Triangle. And there's other triangles that have anomalies like this across the world, and they're all at 19.47 degrees north or south. I think the second most famous one is probably Devil's Triangle, south of Japan there, because there's a lot of shipping that happens in those lanes right there. But notice off the west coast of Australia, there's an anomaly right at pretty much exactly where they think that plane disappeared, and they still can't find it. They're just finding little pieces of it. That could be a coincidence. Or not, I don't know, but I'm pointing that out because that's pretty interesting to me. Here's the Teotihuacan Pyramid of the Sun mapped here with the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. There's only about a 3% difference in the area of the bases. They're not exactly the same, but they're very close together, and they're obviously very far apart, one being in Mexico, one being in Africa. This is starting to point towards, wait a minute, did these guys talk to each other? Was there contact between these cultures? Because as far as I was told when I was a kid, they didn't have advanced technologies back at the time that they built these, and they weren't getting in boats and rowing across the Atlantic Ocean and saying, hi, I'm from over this giant ocean, and we build these really cool structures called pyramids. You should build them too. And here's how you do it. I don't think that's the story. And so I was very interested in this from a very young age. I went to go see the Tutankhamun exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, where I grew up. And I was very interested in Egypt from about age 5. And so I was excited that when I finally got to play a gig as a musician in Egypt on December 21st, 2012, across the street from this pyramid in Giza. I was stoked because I got to go and actually experience some of this myself. I took this picture at sunset on the Giza Plateau. I was actually lucky enough to forget my hoodie and have to go back in after the gates closed with the head of security. And he told me some very interesting stories and let me take these pictures. And this is probably the best example of, you know, ancient history having to be rewritten, because I definitely remember as a kid being told about the Egyptians in 6th grade, and that the pharaoh built this as a tomb, and that he had all of his 150,000 slaves dragging 2-ton stones across the sand with vine ropes or hemp ropes or something like this, right? And let's do the math on this though, right? And Nassim Haramein looks at this and he says, okay, sure, 2,300,000 stones. And how long did it take to build a standard model of archaeology Egyptologists? They'll tell you that Khufu built this in 20 years because he became the pharaoh and he had to build it before he died. So he's like, okay, get busy, everybody. You got 20 years. And you do the math on this. You're not building this thing in 20 years unless you're laying a stone every 5 minutes to 3 minutes, depending on whether or not your slaves are farmers, right? They upgraded the slaves to farmers recently now because they found that the slaves didn't have, you know, broken backs and like all these, you know, injuries and things like this. They were actually in good health. This is so funny to me. And of course, the only surviving statue of the pharaoh Khufu is 3 inches high. This is a slide from Graham Hancock, which Neil just mentioned. And, you know, certainly in terms of this discipline and, you know, telling this new story, like he mentioned, Graham Hancock's new book, Magicians of the Gods, a sequel to Chariots of the Gods from 20-something years ago, is pretty much the definitive work on this, along with his collaborators like Robert Schoch. And I can't tell you enough how awesome Graham and his work is. Nassim Haramein certainly drew upon Graham's work in being able to make these connections between the ancient culture geometries and the modern physics. Because what Nassim found is that the geometry of space-time is very much in perfect resonance with this structure. This is a resonating cavity within the geometry of the structure of space itself. And to just briefly try to go into it a little bit deeper, what we're talking about when I say the geometry of the structure of the vacuum itself, I'm talking about vibrations that are so small that it's inconceivable. I mean, you think about your own body, okay? We can relate to ourselves. We're made of 100 trillion cells approximately on average, depending on whether or not you count all the bacteria in your gut and things like this and the organisms living on us and stuff. But if we have 100 trillion cells and there's about 100 trillion atoms in each one of those cells, it means we're made of quintillions of atoms, quintillions of structures that are all made of smaller structures, you know, that are quantized, called protons. And protons really are the fundamental particle of the universe. When we measure the mass of the universe, protons, because everything else is negligible in terms of their mass. And so inside of a proton are even smaller quantas of energy. This is something that was coined by Max Planck, and that's why they're called the Planck's distance. And incredibly small distance. It's such a short distance that if you took the scale of the smallest thing that we know of, the smallest thing that you can measure, which is the Planck's distance, it's basically the width of the smallest photon of light. You can't see anything smaller than a photon of light because light can't bounce off of it and hit your eye, right? So this is not the smallest thing that exists. It's the smallest thing that we as human beings at this time in our bodies, using our technology, we have no way of accessing any information smaller than the Planck's length. It's the smallest possible measurable distance in math and science currently right now. And then you look at the other side of the spectrum, right? The observable universe. We can't observe anything outside of our universe right now. We think the edge of the universe is approximately 13.82 billion years ago. And of course, that's changed just in my lifetime. When I was a kid, it was 13.7. It's already now 13.82. Wait till the James Webb telescope goes up. That's going to be 100 times more powerful than the Hubble. They'll probably do another deep field shot and be like, oh, there's galaxies farther than away. The age of the universe just got older. If you're 65 or older right now, you were told that the universe is 3 billion years old when you were in school. So, man, the rate at which we have to change the textbooks in all the disciplines is actually speeding up faster and faster at this point. So now we've got the observable universe and the Planck's distance. Such an incredibly large change in scale. It's unfathomable. But guess what halfway in scale is? No, it's not a galaxy. No, it's not a star. No, it's not a planet. No, it's not even a human. It's about the size of the smallest thing that the human eye can see, like a tardigrade. Have you ever heard of these guys? The little water bears, they're called, right? That can actually survive in space. They've figured out these guys can dehydrate themselves and rehydrate. The size of a tardigrade is about halfway in scale of the entire universe as far as we can tell. Halfway between the Planck's distance and the observable universe. Well, the Planck's, the little vibrations they're called Planck's, there's 10 to the 60 of them inside of a proton. 10 to the 60 is a 1 with 59 zeros after it. You know, if you have like a bank account with 6 zeros on it, you're stoked, right? And if you put one more zero on there, you've just gotten yourself 10 times more money. So imagine a bank account that's got 60 zeros on it. You put one more on there, you're 10 times, right? So you're estimating like the number of particles in the universe, 10 to the 78. If you say, no, it's 10 to the 79, that's 10 universes, right? It's a big change. 10 to the 60 Planck spherical units, the little vibrations in a proton. Let's make each one of those the size of a grain of sand. If you took 10 to the 60 grains of sand and you put them together, the diameter of your proton would be from here to Alpha Centauri, something like 4 trillion kilometers away, 4 light years away. So, man, the Planck's distance is humming inside of everything, and if you get enough Planck's together and they coordinate their motion, you get a proton, and you put enough protons together, you get an atom, and if you put enough atoms together as quantas, you get molecules, which is a larger quanta, and you put more molecules together, you get more complex things like proteins and DNA, and eventually you get to us and the material world that we see. And so we're finding that the geometry, that the way that the Planck spherical units are vibrating is around a tetrahedral array. If you put a sphere around each one of these tetrahedrons, you get a 3-dimensional structure that is spherical waveforms overlapping, and they're centered by these vectors of tetrahedrons. Basically, what I'm describing is a 3-dimensional flower of life symbol. The flower of life you guys have all seen everywhere, and it's all over the place in ancient cultures, including in Egypt. And the flower of life is the geometry of the sphere packing of the Planck's pixels that are inside of protons. And we see it exhibiting in fractal scales as we get bigger and bigger, this relationship between the sphere and the tetrahedron. The Great Pyramid of Giza being a great example of this because it's the largest existing intact cavity resonating structure that relates to this fabric of the geometry of space-time. And so when I found that ancient cultures happen to encode the geometry of the fabric of the vacuum according to a unified field theorist in 2002, using modern technology and the scientific method, which has only been invented recently in the history of human consciousness, I thought that is not a coincidence. There's got to be a connection there. And the more you look into it, the more you'll find out that's correct. I've just got a lot of kind of interesting older pictures of the pyramids here because it gives you context. The Nile used to be a lot closer to the pyramids, and it changed over time. And the story that we get told now is that the tomb robbers got in there and grabbed the gold out of the sarcophagus and the king's chamber, and they closed it back up and sealed the lid and put the rock back so you couldn't tell that they even were there. And then a Western archaeologist in the late 1800s came along and blew a hole in the side of the Great Pyramid with dynamite. You can see the hole right here. Phew. You would think, don't you think, that if you built the coolest thing ever and you have hieroglyphs all over your culture saying, oh yeah, here's how we do everything, that you would have hieroglyphs describing the building of the pyramids? There's no hieroglyphs on the Great Pyramid, you guys. And this thing encodes so many mathematical relationships. It's unbelievable. You could check out like the Pyramid Code is a great series by Carmen Boltier. There's a lot of great documentaries, obviously, on Egypt. Unfortunately, some of them will show the pyramids and they'll cut to the mummies and they'll kind of suggest that the mummies came out of the pyramids. We know this is not correct. The angles of rainbows, for example, are encoded into the inclination angles of the Great Pyramid, and that on the winter solstice, the south side of the pyramid is exactly perpendicular to the sun. It's actually an 8-sided pyramid that you can only tell from a certain angle on certain days from aerial photographs. There's all kinds of anomalies associated with this. And so what was the real purpose of the Great Pyramid? There's a lot of questions about why these were there. ranging from, to store grain, remember that one, from Ben Carson, all the way to the standard model of archaeology saying, oh yeah, Khufu wanted to be buried and there was a tomb for him, even though we found all the pharaohs. They're in the Valley of the Kings. They're not at the Giza Plateau inside the pyramids. And then, there's other anomalies, of course, right next to it, like this, the Sphinx is a very famous one. Everybody's heard about this. And Robert Schoch came along as a geologist from Boston University and looked at the Sphinx and said, yeah, I like your story about how you think this was built 5,500 years ago, along with the pyramids that are in the background. But I'm looking at the erosion on the back of the Sphinx and the erosion of the blocks that were cut out from around the Sphinx, because it's like Mount Rushmore, right? They cut it out. They didn't build it. You look at the striation on the rocks, you can match it to the walls in the back. You can look at the erosion on the walls surrounding the Sphinx and the erosion on the back of the Sphinx. And this was created by rainfall. And there was not nearly enough rainfall in the last 5,500 years to create this erosion. Robert Schoch dared to stick his neck out in the world of archaeology and suggest, oh, this might even be 10,000 years old. And he wanted to say a lot older than that, but he knew, like in any discipline, if you say, I know 99% of my discipline thinks it's like this, but I'm the 1% that's saying it's totally different, you're not going to have the easiest time with this. And it's, showing up across the board. You're seeing it in politics right now. If you want to push the paradigm to another direction, you're going to find resistance. Robert Schoch certainly found that resistance. And they said, oh, really? You have evidence of an ancient culture with advanced technologies from 10,000 plus years ago. Show me a shred of evidence of this anywhere else. And of course, we didn't have that evidence at the time. And now, cut to many years later, we found Göbekli Tepe. We found pyramids in Indonesia. Again, I'll point you to Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods and Magicians of the Gods. This is going to outline a lot of these structures. The Sphinx is pretty interesting. There's a trap door in the side of it. You can climb under it. There's tunnels down there. There's a debate as to whether there's a hall of records underneath one of the paws in the front. It goes on and on. Now they're doing thermal technology, infrared thermography, to see that there's heat anomalies in certain stones at the base of the pyramid. That investigation is still ongoing. So there's a lot of interesting stuff happening currently right now in this world. As Neil was mentioning, the paradigm is shifting. I like to think of all of you guys here on this seminar as very important seed human beings on the surface of this planet at this time, because you are obviously a seeker of information. You're not here because you think that everything has been already figured out and there's nothing more to learn. You're realizing that we're on the edge of discovering incredibly revolutionary ideas that are going to change the way that we feel about ourselves, what we're doing right now, and the way that we're going forward. By looking back at how our civilization grew and how the evolution of consciousness happened, we can actually feed back the information onto ourselves faster and faster and create faster and faster change. This is what's happening in general. Obviously, 2012 was supposed to be the end or something in the Mayan calendar, but really it was the turning point of a very long cycle, making it to a new cycle. And here we are at the beginning of an exciting new process of humanity discovering itself and realizing, for example, we probably shouldn't continue operating the way we are, making technologies that blow things up to send particulate into the atmosphere to change our climate. We need to make energy in a much cleaner way. If we could figure out how these ancient people were able to move incredibly large masses with ease and stack them with incredible precision across the world, right? It's not just in Egypt and Mexico. There's pyramids all over the planet in all these kinds of locations you see here on this map, even in Sudan, in Peru, in Central and South America. This is an old picture from China from a World War II pilot. The Chinese have farmers farming on these pyramids to hide them. They plant prickly bushes on there. They don't want people to go check this stuff out. I have a feeling that, there's kind of a grip on the story about where all these cultures came from. They don't want to hear that everything that they thought about themselves is wrong, that there was an even greater, more ancient culture that taught all the ancient cultures that we see today. In other words, written history is very recent. There's, if you write something on paper or papyrus or wood, it's gone. If you write it on stone, it might still be around. And that's why we have the Sumerian tablets, and Sitchin has done all those translations. And that led to some stories. And if you mistranslate one line of that thing and you say, like the previous presenter was talking about gold, and you take it literally, or you say planet Nibiru and you take it literally that it's a planet, even though they never said it was a planet, then you can all of a sudden morph this stuff and you get into fear-based stories about bad extraterrestrials coming to kidnap you and all this stuff. And I can tell you right now, Nassim does not buy into the bad extraterrestrial story and the reptilians, and that you have to be fearful of extraterrestrials and this whole thing. What we're finding here in the ancient records is that these ancient cultures around the world were mapping the stars, and they likely got information from, not from our extra tetra real information, as I like to say. Here we have the Chinese pyramids on the left, and then you've got the pyramids in the Giza Plateau in the middle, and Teotihuacan on the right. And as you can see, these pyramids are laying out an orientation similar to the stars in the belt of Orion. This is Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock pioneering this work. And you can also see this same kind of alignment happening at the macro scale between Mexico, Egypt, and China. Now, this just can't be a coincidence, you guys. If it is, it's pretty freaking incredible coincidence. And there's a whole bunch of other coincidences that match up with this. And you can do, analysis of this. And I love the fact that if the longest line you can draw on the planet and staying on land would be from like the coast of Morocco all the way through to the coast of China. It's a really long continuous land line. And if you see where Giza is on that line, it's exactly at phi, at 1.618. And of course, phi is everywhere in the geometry of space-time, from the quantum to the cosmological. So again, it's probably not a coincidence. You can find similarities in pyramids and structures around the world. It's not just in the most common places. I never really thought of Guatemala and Cambodia having any similarities, but you see things like this. You see statues around the world with similar facial expressions, similar hand position with the fingers and the whole thing, from Gölbekli Tepe in Turkey through Indonesia and Easter Island. These are about as far away apart from each other as you can get. You can look all over the world and see similar building techniques, similar stone cutting techniques, similar symbolism, similar geometries on the macro and the micro scale. All these things point to the possibility that there was a much more ancient civilization that influenced all the later civilizations. Neil mentioned it briefly, but in a nutshell, it looks like we had some very advanced civilizations that had very advanced technologies, and that civilization was lost. It was destroyed, and it was destroyed by a cataclysm. They just yesterday came out with the conclusive evidence in the ocean off of Mexico. There are researchers digging with a drill deep down into the impact crater of the object that hit the Earth. I think it was, kilometers across. This is the one that killed the dinosaurs. And they dug through all of the debris that built up, and they've made it now to the rock that was flash vaporized and became molten as this thing impacted the Earth. So we have just confirmed the most important event that happened on this planet in the last several 100 million years. That just happened yesterday, you guys. This is how we're on the edge right now of starting to piece together the history of the Earth. So if a comet or a meteor or a large object struck the Earth and created a mass extinction event that killed off 75% of the species on this planet millions of years ago, it would be not that surprising that, say, 12,800 years ago, there was a smaller one that hit North America and vaporized a bunch of the polar ice caps and made the oceans rise about 400 feet in a short amount of time. Guess what? 12,800 years ago, if you were a civilization on this planet, most of those folks were living by the ocean for obvious reasons. And then most of those folks were submerged for obvious reasons. And most of those civilizations then survived a little bit, and their ancestors passed on a story of this cataclysm that became the Great Flood that we hear about in something like 300 ancient cultures around the world. So this starts to piece together the idea that we had super advanced technology from a super ancient culture, that was then squashed. And so it could be that 12,800 years ago, they were somewhat squashed and they started to come back. And then again, 11,400 years ago, they got squashed again. And it's from objects hitting the Earth, right? This happens all the time. We're passing through the trail of Halley's Comet right now, and we're getting meteor showers that I think peak today or something like that, right? So this is all very current. This is not just old news. This is stuff that we're uncovering and revealing right now. It happens across the spectrum. We've got similarities in the geometry, the symbolism, the spacing, these triptych doorways, you know, between Bali and Mayan cultures. There's some great stuff out there. This is Richard Casaro, author, Written in Stone, a great book that relates to this stuff. So did all these, you know, cultures get influenced by one culture? It certainly seems possible. It's not only in the structures, it's in behaviors and kind of like patterning of what you do after death, right? Ritualistic behavior like mummification. There's not just mummies in Egypt, there's also mummies in China. There's mummies around the world. I thought this picture was great because the triptych shows up in The Last Supper, Da Vinci. So it gets even more mysterious. It just unfolds and unfolds. Is this a coincidence? Maybe. I don't know, but look at that. That's pretty interesting. And there it is again. It shows up all over and there it is again. And just start looking around. It's just all over the place. You got mummies in Egypt. You got mummies in China. You have the Sphinx in Egypt. You have the food dog in China. Both the Sphinx and the food dog are protecting the knowledge, right? Maybe there's a hidden chamber underneath the Sphinx's paw. Wait, what's that? What's that food dog got under his paw? It's the geometry of the fabric of the vacuum at the Planck scale, the overlapping of Planck pixels, creating a three-dimensional flower of life inside the proton. This could be a coincidence that the Chinese were encoding the very same geometry theorized to be the quantum vacuum fluctuation field patterning, but I don't think so. I took this picture about a year ago, a little over a year ago. I got to go to Beijing, to the Forbidden City. I wanted to get this picture because I'd only seen other pictures that weren't quite as clear as this. So I got in there with my selfie stick that I bought from a street vendor because there's a little fence there. I couldn't go right up to it. And so I held my iPhone up there and I got a picture of this food dog. And he's actually sitting on a pedestal that's a square with another carpet that's at 90 degrees, creating this 8-pointed star, which of course relates to the hexagonal and tetrahedral geometry of the fabric of the vacuum. And you know, you see this all over the place. This is all in the Forbidden City and stuff. See the same three-dimensional flower of life in the Bangkok Palace here in Thailand. And then of course there's the I Ching, which is 64 hexagrams, which matches the 64 tetrahedrons of the geometry of space-time. And what can you make with 6 solid lines or 6 broken lines in each of these hexagrams? The foundational geometry of the fabric of the vacuum. You need 6 solid lines to make a tetrahedron, 6 broken lines to make the opposite, and you have a star tetrahedron. You put 8 star tetrahedrons together, you get the most foundational geometry of the fabric of the vacuum, the 64 tetrahedron grid. So I hope you guys enjoy this. I'm pretty much out of time. I've flashed through about an hour, and I want to leave time for a couple of questions. But you know, it's not just the geometry, it's also the dynamics. And if you go into Nassim Haramein's work, you'll find out about the dual torus and the geometry and dynamics of black holes on all scales. And Nassim would say that the proton itself is a black hole, that there's a black hole in the center of the Earth, that there's a black hole in the center of the sun, that there's a black hole in the center of the galaxy, and that there's probably a very large black hole in the center of the universe, and that it's toroidal dynamics nested inside of each other to infinity, scalar dimensions of singularity. And if this all sounds like, what are you talking about? Yeah, because the description that I go through to give you the full picture of this is 5.5 hours long. And there is a talk in Portal to Ascension that I did last October, I believe, and you can check that out, a 5.5 hour unified field theory drop on the unified physics of Nassim Haramein. I also have a 4.5 hour version of the talk that I just did in 45 minutes that includes a lot more of all this stuff. And that's also available through Portal to Ascension. And I also did a talk on crop circles that's, I think, maybe an hour or 2 long, that goes through how all this dynamics and geometry are encoded in crop circles around the world. So again, thank you to Neil for doing this and helping to get this information out there. This was just meant to be kind of an overall rough view. Here I'm just going through some Mayan calendar stuff and Aztec and cymatics and DNA molecules and Gulbenkian tempi in Turkey. I mean, it goes on and on. I have more slides and more information than I could possibly fit into 45 minutes, but I just wanted to show you guys some of this stuff to get your appetites going, and hopefully you'll go and search for this stuff on yourself. Definitely check out Robert Schock and Robert Bouval and Graham Hancock, and obviously Brian Forrester, who's presenting as part of this seminar. It's an honor to be a part of this with him. I've been following his work closely. Check out his Facebook page. Man, that guy is prolific. He's all over the world. I hope to get him to meet him in person someday. It's been very inspiring to me, and also especially to Graham Hancock. Here he is at Gulbenkian tempi. So I should probably hang out and see if there's any questions. I think I've gone a little bit over. Neil, do you want to jump in and bring up some of the questions? Because I've just been talking. I haven't been able to go and check out the chat or anything. Should I jump out of screen share or something to
go back to the webinar, and then you can click Q&A. If you want, I can read them, or you can just go down them yourself.
Go back to the webinar.
And Q&A at the bottom.
How do I get out of this?
So minimize it. And then it should be in the bottom where all your desktop apps are.
Minimize it?
Yeah, just go to the bottom where all your desktop apps are and just pull up the webinar window that your webcam is in.
Man, I think I'm still in screen share or something.
Yeah, you have to go back to the webinar window and click share. There you go.
Sorry, okay. I didn't click stop share. Okay. So how much more time do we have?
You can go for none. 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes if you want.
Oh, okay, cool. So questions. I'll start at the bottom. Are you aware of the crop circle that came down near East Kennet, Wiltshire on the 5th or 6th of May? No, that is just yesterday. I didn't know about the crop circle from yesterday. I'll have to go check that out. But the crop circles are, getting more complex and more frequent. It's very interesting, and the jury is still out on the crop circles. Some people think they're all hoaxes. Some people think most of them are made not by humans. And my personal opinion is that there are a bunch of them that are made by humans. Absolutely, they're geniuses in my opinion. Those artists that do that, they're magicians, artists, and ninjas at the same time, because they do it without getting caught. And then there are some crop circles where, man, you would have a hard time convincing me that some kids with boards and ropes went out there and made that in the dark in a short amount of time, leaving no footprints and all the little details of the science around the crop circles. I certainly don't have time to go into that, but you can check out my my talk through Portal to Ascension on that. It's kind of a cool synopsis. Somebody else is saying, first of the season, I heard that the Schumann frequency is risen to 10 hertz. I don't know if it's up to 10 yet, but we have measured that the Schumann frequency, which is the resonant frequency of the sphere that we live on right now, planet Earth, it was something like 7.2, 7.3, and it has been rising. I heard it get as high as 7.8. I have not heard anything about 10 hertz yet. It would make sense that it changes because everything does. There's nothing that's absolutely constant forever. And perhaps our activities on the planet and the way that we're operating has an influence on that frequency. But I have not heard about that going to 10. That's really interesting. Russian research into the pyramids. Can we create smaller scale units to work at home? Yes, the answer is yes. Pyramid structures are resonate cavities that resonate in the structure of space-time, and the Russians definitely have pioneered this research. I've heard reports from people that have gone to Europe, Eastern Europe, and to Russia, and those guys are doing some great experiments. There's apparently a retreat center where they've built pyramids that you can go and do meditations and things like this. I apologize, I don't remember the name of it. And a lot of the Russian scientists that are super tapped in, it stays in Russian. It doesn't all get translated into English. And so a lot of us Westerners that speak English might not have all the access to all the Russian information. It's something that I would like to learn more about, because obviously the Russians are very smart and very tapped in and live in an area of the world where some of the most ancient cultures may have originated from. So it would make sense to go deep into all of that. Why doesn't Nassim get on board with the electric universe theory? Nassim is on board with the electric universe theory, but he also thinks that it's incomplete, that those guys are focusing in just on the electric aspect of it, and are missing some of the other subtler points that he brings up at the quantum scale, having to do with the Planck voxels, which is a spherical pixel. And so there's aspects of the electric universe theory that are absolutely resonant with what Nassim is saying, and I don't think he fully disagrees with them. I think he just thinks that it's incomplete. I think you could say the same thing about other unified field theories. Same with Einstein, right? Einstein was on it, and if Einstein had access to the technologies and the information that we have today, he would have absolutely figured out the next step, adding more complexity to it. This is one of the things that Nassim did, is he added into Einstein's field equations properties of torque and spin and Coriolis forces. He added in the math to describe that not only does space-time curve like water going down the drain, it actually spins like water going down the drain. Einstein always talked about space-time curvature, but he didn't incorporate the fact that it's spinning, and that is essential, because when you spin something at the speed of light, you get an incredible amount of shearing happening on the event horizon of that singularity. And that is why they think the strong force isn't gravity, because they think the strong force is 38 to 39 orders of magnitude stronger than gravity, so it can't be gravity. But what they're not accounting for is that the proton itself on the interior of the event horizon has the density of the quantum vacuum, which is 10 to the 93 grams per cubic centimeter, making the proton a black hole, spinning at the speed of light. And so the shearing that happens just one Planck distance length away from the event horizon, the gravitational field drops off at an incredibly fast rate. And when you take the calculations of the proton being a black hole orbiting around another proton being a black hole at the speed of light, the attraction with which these two protons you would expect to have is the exact measurement of the strong force that they find in the laboratory. The strong force being one of the four fundamental forces in the standard model. There's electromagnetism, there's gravity, there's the weak force, and the strong force. The strong force is the strongest of the four forces, and gravity is the weakest. And the strong force, they just threw in. They were like, uh-oh, wait a minute, all these protons are positively charged and they're packed together tightly. That's very strange, because when we take two positively charged magnets and we try to put them together, they don't want to go together. It's called the Coulomb force. Man, there's got to be a lot of Coulomb force in the nuclei of atoms, but somehow they're magically held together. There's got to be some other force holding that together. So let's see. Let's invent a new force, and we'll make it exactly as strong as we need to make it so it'll do what we need it to do. And then we'll call it the strong force, since it's incredibly strong. Can you believe that they got away with this? And then they don't tell you where the strong force came from. They don't tell you exactly why it's that strong. They just throw it in and they go, ta-da, check out our unified field theory that perfectly predicts 5% of the universe. And Nassim is just like, guys, maybe you made a mistake back in the early days and it got cemented over, because if that's true, no wonder you guys are missing 95% of the universe. And if you account for the infinite density inside of the protons and the geometry of space, equalizing this, so we perceived it to be empty, then you realize that inside of the proton are vacuum fluctuations to the tune of 10 to the 55 grams per cubic centimeter. It's a holographic representation of the mass of the entire universe, which they estimate to be 10 to the 55 grams per cubic centimeter. In other words, a proton is basically just one proton chopped up into lots of little bits, and they're infinitely connected through a micro wormhole network. And yeah, I don't really have time to go and tell it. Google micro wormholes. These are proven to exist. It's not science fiction. Entanglement. It actually happens, right? You could take two particles and they have the same spin, and you separate them by a light year or whatever distance you want, and you change the spin of one, the other changes their spin at the same time. Not the amount of time it took for light to get from one to the other at the same time. So, oh, that's how maybe remote viewing is possible. Maybe that's how faster than light's travel is possible. Maybe that's how those ships are able to fly around and go across the galaxy. And it leads to all the extraterrestrial stuff and all this other things. So, you have to be kind of brave if you want to say, I'm writing a new equation that describes Einstein's field equations and incorporates spin into it, and I think there's extraterrestrials. Because you don't hear many mainstream physics daring to talk about extraterrestrials. I mean, even Stephen Hawking was basically saying, I don't even want to talk about this. And then eventually he was like, okay, yeah, there's probably extraterrestrials. But he said, I don't think it's a good idea to talk to them. He said, remember when Columbus came to America, how that turned out? Maybe we shouldn't talk to them. Again, it's fear-based. And I think we're going to see all of this stuff being rewritten. Even Stephen Hawking has come around and said, uh-oh, I think there's a firewall problem. I think we need to rename black holes gray holes because they absorb information and information comes out of them. Basically the same kind of thing that Nassim has been talking about for a long time. He calls them black/white holes, spelled W-H-O-L-E. Somebody's asking me to show the 64 tetrahedron grid. This is a 3D model. You can go online and search 64 tetrahedron grid on Shapeways, the 3D modeling. There's a bunch of different people that have these available. I actually used to have them, but I don't have any right now. But this is 64 tetrahedrons, and this one's made of sandstone, I believe, with different colors, so you can see the different geometries on the inside. I actually have a little 64 tetrahedron necklace that I wear. This is handmade in Bali. Those guys really are amazing workers. But man, check out all the geometries out there. The star tetrahedron, this is made of 40 tetrahedrons, and if you stack 4 tetrahedrons onto each point of this one, you get to a total of 64. So this and this are very much related. This one has extra tetrahedrons on the points. So this is the vector equilibrium, the perfectly balanced cube octahedron that you find at the center of this, and there's 2 octaves of this in this. If you stack more tetrahedrons on this, when you get to 512 tetrahedrons, you have another octave, and then 1024, 1026, you get to another octave, and the computer programmers are going, that's how computer memory works. Remember the Commodore 64? There's 64 tetrahedrons, 64 codons in your DNA, 64 hexagrams in the I Ching. There's 64 things you need to do and have to be able to approach the Ark of the Covenant. You're 64 cells old before your cells start to bifurcate and they become differentiated. It goes on and on. This is all in there. Even the Beatles knew, right? When I'm 64. No, that's a joke. Basically what I'm saying is that a lot of the stuff that we were taught in school is turning out to not be correct. And it's about time for us to learn what is correct and then very quickly pass this down to the kids, because the kids are going to run the show very shortly. And we want to be able to be more resonant and be more in the flow with the universe and not literally blow up the universe to make energy, even though there's nearly an infinite amount of energy in every point in space. If we could just get the fabric of the vacuum to sweat a little bit and just pull a little of that energy out of there, we have an infinite amount of energy no matter where we are, because space is everywhere. It's in the ocean, it's in between galaxies, it's in the center of the sun, it's inside of you. Space is everywhere, and if we can get energy out of space, we're good. We don't have to blow stuff up and send it into the particulate into the atmosphere. Then we can have gravity control. We can stay off the surface of the Earth and let the Earth regenerate itself and become a garden again like it was supposed to be. It's not too late to reverse this climate change and to clean up our environment. We said we wanted to get onto the moon, and we did it in a few years. If we said we want to get off oil and fossil fuels, we could do it in a few years. But man, you're going to have to pull out the rug on our monetary system, our political system. A bunch of stuff is going to change, and it's going to be very disruptive. But if we know where we're going and we navigate by compass instead of by map, I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to make it. And it takes all of us and all of you guys spreading the word and sharing like crazy through all of the networks that we have to really get the word out there and get everybody on board. Because you have to have empathy for all of us, because we were all taught things that are incorrect. Every one of us was taught things that are incorrect. Society is learning the new things, and we just need to get into the patterning of behavior of incorporating the new things that we've learned and putting it out there as fast as possible, taking in new things and putting it back out there. A constant, feedback loop of information, because basically we, and when I say we, I mean biology, all of biology is the feedback loop mechanism for the universe to learn more about itself. We're halfway between the largest and the smallest. Cells and humans are not that different in scale when it comes to the infinite scalar dimensions of our reality. And so we have a great position to look towards the big and towards the small and see our position in there and resonate with that structure and create what I'd like to say, more fun and less not fun. In the end, don't you think we should just really have a good time and get along and stop fighting? If you understand that all ancient cultures encoded the same set of information, then you say, oh, I see. Judaism, Christians, Buddhists, Islam, they're all describing the same geometry in a different way. If you look at the Torah, the Quran, the I Ching, and the Bible, it's all pointing towards the same set of information. Oh, cool. You guys pray like that, and I'll pray like this, and it's all good. I'll stop sending the bombs over the wall now. Let's just like all, cherish the diversity that we have in our faith, like we cherish diversity in our music and our dance, and create what I like to call festival Earth. That's what I'm looking for. I want to just have the whole planet be a giant festival where we all just, make everything as beautiful and fun and resonant as possible, and stop killing each other over books. My book says this and your book says that, so I'm going to kill you. Guess what? Those books are pointing to the same set of information. You don't need to disagree. You can agree to just pray in a different way, and so I'm kind of like taking the big picture look at this because it all ties together. And like I said, I'm trying to navigate by compass the direction I want to go. How I get there is just the fine details. But if you keep your eye on the ball, or you keep your eye on the direction you want to go, which for me is more fun and less not fun and less, racism and discrimination and stuff like this. If the universe is an infinite holographic fractal structure, then every point in the universe is the center of the universe, which means you're the center of the universe. And of course, very importantly, don't forget, so is everybody else. Because if you go into a party saying, hey, what's up? And you think you're the center of the universe, it doesn't go over very well. But if you walk into a party and you're like, hey, what's up? I see all of you other center of universes. Let's party. Then it's really awesome, and we all have a great time, and everybody gets along. And the idea of racism and discrimination makes no sense whatsoever. Are you going to be, a racist against the center of the universe? That doesn't really make sense. So I just like to think that through unified field theory, through the understanding of ancient cultures and their incredible advanced technologies, we can take a new good look at ourselves and our behavior and make it a lot better around here in a short amount of time. And it's thanks to us, all of us on this call, and everybody else who's seeking the new information to actually make this happen. And you can go deep into all this information through Portal to Ascension. Neil has done a great job of really spanning the spectrum on this kind of stuff, from spiritual information to straight math, to straight physics, to anthropology, archaeology, all these ancient culture talks, crop circles, all the way down the line. So check out all of Portal to Ascension's offerings on their website. Like I mentioned, I've got a 5.5 hour unified field theory talk, a 4.5 hour ancient history talk, and I think a 2 hour crop circle talk. And I'll be doing some other kind of conference, I think, later in the summer. And so keep your eyes out for all of that. How are we doing, Neil? Do we need to move to the next speaker? I feel like I've gone over.
Yeah, we're good. Let's see if we have a couple things you can answer really quickly.
Okay. They're asking how to access the talks I just mentioned.
Okay, so everybody, I'll go ahead and send you links to the talks, to some extra free footage too on the replay. You'll get that within 2 to 3 days.
Awesome.
Cool.
And,
I think we're good, bro.
Okay, great. If you'd like, I'm going to paste into the chat some links to those talks for my talks. Also, I'm doing a cruise in Croatia with Nassim in October, and there's one spot left in that. And I also would like to tell you about the emissary or the delegate program that comes from the Resonance Project Foundation. It's an online seminar that is, college style level course with all kinds of information embedded in it. It's all these different modules, and it's called the Resonance Academy. I'm putting all these links into the chat right now. The first one is the cruise in October, one slot. Then there's the Resonance Academy, and then there's the links to my talks through Portal to Ascension. So again, my name is Jamie Janover. Check out the work of Nassim Haramein and his foundation called the Resonance Project Foundation, and stay tuned for the rest of the speakers in today's seminar. Thank you so much, Neil. It's been an honor and a privilege to be a part of this. I very humbly come to this information. Like I said, I'm not a professional in these things. I'm like you guys. I'm just very interested in it, and I'm trying to do my part in trying to assimilate as much information as possible and convey it in a succinct way that is accessible to people, especially when it comes to the stuff that's like the math and the physics. Some people just don't want to hear about it, but if you guys frame it in the right way, you guys can all do what Neil and I are doing right now. You guys are all ambassadors for the universe, teaching the universe more about itself, because you are the universe. We are the universe. You're muted, Neil.
Saying thank you. I appreciate you so much. The stream of awareness that you bring, like you're like we have you on as a speaker more than most other speakers because you're really diverse and you bring a lot of different aspects of it. So I'm just like super grateful that we're working together, and I know we're going to just keep evolving from here, you know?
Thanks, Neil. It's like I said, I feel like so honored to be in the company of people like Brian Forster and the other people that I presented along with, like brilliant minds like Dan Winter and all these other folks. Check out all the seminars that Neil has put together, especially the ones where it's a bunch of panelists like today, because man, every single one of these people is just like next level. I'm like,
yeah, it's epic information.
Every word that these people say, I'm like, no way, that ties in. And I'm like, oh man, I got work to do. I gotta explain this, it's endless. So thanks again.
Thank you, man. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, take care, everybody.
Blessings. Have a beautiful day. Bye.
Much love.
Okay, awesome. That was incredible. Thank you so much, Brother Jamie. So as he said, we have a lot of his offerings on our website, and Jamie's actually going to be probably doing another solo workshop in a couple of months. We haven't solidified that date yet, but he is going to present at the Extraterrestrial Disclosure Online Summit, which is a 4-day online conference that we're doing with 20 of the world's most world-renowned, epic, groundbreaking information on all things extraterrestrial, from ancient history to modern day, and to what that means for our future, where we also tie in free energy devices and other technologies that are going to come out as soon as disclosure happens. So there is a lot of technology out there that has been reverse engineered using ancient information, using geometry and mathematics that the ancients knew about, like Jamie was talking about. That is a matter of time. If this information gets out and the history books start getting changed and disclosure starts happening on every level, the next thing that's going to happen is all these technologies that are going to take us to the next level of our humanity really are going to start being disclosed, whether it's like ways to materialize food, ways to be more efficient, not to use and waste water when we don't need to, pulling energy out of the fabric of space-time, which is completely infinite, rather than using our resources that are destroying the planet. So what I'm going to do is, just to let you guys know, we'll be sending out a replay link within 2 to 3 days, could be sooner depending on how long it takes me to edit. And I'll send you all the links to all the speakers' websites, all the events they've been a part of and they're going to be a part of with us. And also, I'm going to send you a free webinar for Michael Tellinger, who also talks about ancient civilizations, and he talks about an ancient philosophy called Ubuntu that is a philosophy of contributionism, that we can move away from a money society using ancient principles. So this disclosure movement really has to have us be aware of the way society was structured in ancient times and what we can learn from that and how we can utilize that information moving forward. So we've covered mythology and religion and scripture using William Henry, and with Jamie Janover, we covered mathematics and science, providing the linear aspect of this information so you can kind of really rationalize it. Now we're going to move into archaeology with another amazing presenter his name is Brian Forster. And Brian has been, ever since he was 11 years old, he had a fascination with the art of Haida and other native people. He began carving totem poles and other related art forms, learning from native teachers. After completing an honors Bachelor's of Science degree, Brian decided to take up carving and sculpture full-time at the age of 25. This included the creation of 15 full-size totem poles, dugout canoes, masks, bowls, boxes, and other native-style works. In 1995, he moved to Maui, Hawaii, and was hired as an assistant project manager for the building of the 62-foot double-hull sailing canoe, which is the ancestor of the modern-day catamaran. A few words I can't really make out here. So this project lasted 2 years. Over the course of the next decade, he explored Polynesia, looking for the source of Polynesian people. Peru came his next major area of interest. The study of the Inca culture led to his writing his first book, A Brief History of the Incas. He became an authority on megalithic works of South America and the perplexing ancient elongated-headed people of the area, and divides his time between Paracas, Peru, and Cusco. So this moves us into, for what has been known from some people as forbidden archaeology, evidence that shows that the modern day accepted timeline of humanity and Homo sapien isn't really what it is. A lot of evidence and discoveries have been made from archaeologists that show like elongated skulls, giant skulls, and giant structures of beings from thousands of years ago. So all of this stuff has kind of been swept under the rug in order not to disturb the mainstream view. Because if this information comes out, what is it going to mean for the entire world to realize that everything that we thought we knew is completely wrong? We're going to have to start rewriting it. So individuals like Brian Forrester are on the forefront to get this information out to the masses so that it doesn't become something that we throw under the rug anymore, but it becomes something that becomes the mainstream, because that's truly what it should be. So let me bring Brian on. Okay, Brian, are you with us? Okay, hold on a second here. There we go. Hey, brother, go ahead and click your microphone to unmute yourself.
Hello, Neil.
Hi, brother, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's all yours. Go ahead and click share screen and pull up your presentation.
Okay, I'll have to, one moment.
There we go.
Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you for being here with us, Brian. The floor is all
Oh,
yours.
my pleasure. No, my pleasure. Thank you. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, we can hear you and see that fine.
Okay, great. Well, I want to thank you all for joining. I think to some of Jamie's work, it's very brilliant. And the great thing is that it fits in with the stuff I'm working on. It's no longer 1 or 5 or 10 people on the planet looking at so-called forbidden archaeology and other aspects of reality that we've been denied. But there are literally thousands of us. And so I hope all of you will join in with us, because we're all on an even platform here. Nobody's greater than anybody else as regards to this. It's our history, and therefore we all need to contribute what we can. So today I'm going to be talking about lost ancient high technology, and more specifically in a few locations. Number one will be Peru and Bolivia, and then the other one will be Egypt, as well as a little bit of Lebanon, a quite famous site called Baalbek. So there are other places on the planet, such as some of those that Jamie was talking about, that also contain ancient sites which are far older than common history tells us, but I'm focusing on this, this talk to these specific locations. So the one thing that the ancient Egyptians and ancient people of Peru, as in the Inca, who supposedly did all of this megalithic work, had in common was the fact that they had the same level of technology, and that's what you're looking at right now. Bronze chisels and stone hammers. And these tools could not have been used to do the megalithic work we're going to look at. Civilizations that came after them didn't do this work. So we have no choice but to look farther back in time to higher civilizations. In some cases, civilizations more sophisticated than us who were able to do this amazing work. So the Inca themselves evolved in the area of Lake Titicaca in Peru and Bolivia, mainly on the islands of the Sun and the Moon, and also an area called Copacabana. And they began about 100 AD, and by 1000 AD, they were forced to leave the area, and they moved northwards and founded their capital city called Cusco. But what I'm going to show you is that, in fact, they found Cusco as an ancient abandoned city, a megalithic city. So on the island of the Sun, this is Inca-style construction. It's basically just stone from the general area, broken pieces of stone cemented together with local clay. And so basically this is more or less the highest level of technical sophistication that the Inca were able to do. And this is another example on the island of the Sun. Again, you see just broken pieces of stone stacked on top of each other, in some cases with the local clay used as a kind of cement. And as well, they were able to work with the clay as adobe. So this is on the island of the Moon in Lake Titicaca, and what you can see here, again, is quite relatively primitive ways of construction, but this is Inca style. And this site is called Tiwanaku, which is reasonably famous in Bolivia, just south of Lake Titicaca. It was a megalithic city that also is far older than the so-called Tiwanaku culture that most academics say constructed it. And I'll show ample evidence that this is super ancient too. For example, this is called the Gate of the Sun. It's a piece of stone called andesite that weighs more than 10 tons. Originally, it was one piece of stone, and the quarry is 70 kilometers, which is more than 40 miles away to the north. And there's no way that the Bronze Age Tiwanaku people could have cut this stone from the quarry, moved it to its present location 70 kilometers south, and have done such a beautiful finishing job. What they did do is they did the carving that you see on top. All of those figures were done by the Tiwanaku people on basically what was originally a smooth surface. And this is at Pumapunku, which is basically part of Tiwanaku. And in this stone, you can see there's a channel, which is perfectly machined, I would say. It wasn't done using bronze tools. And the drill holes you see are all exactly the same size and perfectly evenly spaced. So that is not Bronze Age technology, that is very sophisticated technology. And these are drawings of some of the stones at Pumapunku as they originally looked. And you can see how complex they are in form. Again, there's no way that this was done by a relatively primitive civilization such as the Tiwanaku people. And ample numbers of elongated skulls have been found at the Tiwanaku Pumapunku site. None of them have been carbon-14 or radiocarbon tested, so we don't know how old they are. But it's an indication that these people, or their ancestors, were significantly different from what we call normal human beings, and I will get into that to some extent. So the Inca, as they were traveling north, they followed what was called the Sacred River, and right next to it, they walked along a trail or road that had already been constructed. It's possible that through their oral traditions, they knew of the Sacred Valley, which is what this photograph shows. And it's called sacred because it's very productive as regards agriculture. Their area had become decimated due to climate change 1,000 years ago. So they had no choice but to go north. Whether they knew about the existence of this place or not is unknown. But what we do know is they did follow this road along the Sacred River, traveling northwards. And as they moved, they encountered primitive construction like this wall made by a culture called the Wari, who were the culture of this area prior to the Inca. But one strange thing happened. Rather than following the Inca, or what has become known as the Inca Road that travels alongside the Sacred River into the Sacred Valley, as soon as they encountered this structure, they decided to move along a different road, and that road took them to the abandoned site of Cusco. And what you can see in this photograph is you see the upper work here. This is the work of the Inca that was built on top of this, which was a heavily damaged megalithic wall. So you can clearly see the difference between the Inca work, which came later because it's on top, and the earlier megalithic work. And here I have a short video done with my quadcopter that will show you this distinction between the Inca work, which you're looking at now, and then how it transitions into the megalithic here. So it can't get too much more obvious than that. So what they found when they entered Cusco was they found this structure here, this beautifully built wall. The stone that makes up this wall came from a quarry 50 kilometers away, because I've been to it. And what they found was they found this beautiful, what they turned into a temple. They found it in ruins and then reconstructed it. This is a Spanish church that was built on top of it. And it's believed that originally it looked like this. This would have been before Inca times, because the Inca found it in ruins. The Inca themselves added this gold band to it, which of course was torn off by the Spanish conquistadors and sent back to Spain. But also inside this structure, which is called the Coricancha, we find a lot of anomalous stones. Here you see what is called a keystone cut, and molten bronze was poured into these recesses, supposedly in order to hold the stones together. But more profoundly, you find things like this. This hole is 2.5 feet through. The stone is broken at both ends, so we don't know how long the hole was originally. But this was clearly done by some kind of machine in ancient times. It wasn't a drill as we commonly think of a drill, because the drills we have move in a clockwise fashion. This is more like a vibrational plunging drill, as you can see by these score lines going this way. Archaeologists have a tendency to not look at artifacts like this, but this is the kind of stuff I'm always looking for. And also this giant tub made of basalt, one piece, which also came from the same quarry 50 kilometers away. We have sophisticated drill holes here and there, but what's more intriguing is that this is sitting on a very special space. This is a map of part of the Inca world. The Inca world, called the Tawantinsuyu, was divided into 4 quarters like this, and Cusco was the center. Cusco itself means the navel of the world, and so Cusco itself was always kept as the center. And this spot right here is actually the center of the Coricancha, which is the center of Cusco, which is the center of, or was the center of the Inca world. And curiously, the church has put these plants here so that you're not allowed to step over this area and inspect this object more personally. The other interesting thing is when it rains, and it rains a lot in Cusco, the rainwater has a tendency of going down into this channel quite freely. It can rain 2 or 3 inches a day in Cusco, and the water disappears. Curiously, where it goes is into a tunnel that connects this spot with Sacsayhuaman, which is a megalithic site about 1 kilometer to the north. So when you step outside the Coricancha, this street, like all of the streets in Cusco, was set up by the Inca based on the solstices. So at winter solstice, the sun beautifully rises right in the center. And of course, the Inca were a sun-based culture. But what's more intriguing is when you look at this area. What you see here is we have Inca construction here, the probable rebuilding of by the Inca here of the basalt, which is from 50 kilometers away. It's possible that they didn't even have to do much shaping of the stone, they just reassembled the wall. But it's this area that is most intriguing, because this is high precision construction. Unfortunately, this stone has been damaged, but these are huge blocks from a quarry about 3 kilometers away. This is an ancient megalithic aspect of Cusco. And of course, inside the Coricancha, we find more elongated skulls, like we saw at Lake Titicaca. These have been dated at being from the 15th century. However, they have not been carbon-14 radiocarbon tested. So the idea that they are Inca or from that time period is simply a guess by archaeologists. And then on the outside of the Coricancha, we have this, which is part of a wall reassembled by the Inca from an older megalithic basalt structure. Here we have Inca period construction, above that Spanish construction, and this is the most beautiful, precise wall in all of the Americas. This is the one where Graham Hancock said you can't fit either a razor blade or a piece of paper. In fact, you can't fit a human hair in any one of these joints, and it is perfect on the outside all the way through to the inside, and it's more than 3 feet or 1 meter thick. The other curious things are these knobs, which archaeologists say were used or left there so that the Inca could strap a rope underneath and lift the blocks up and put it into place. As you can see, many of the blocks have no knobs, or they're in a place where the stone would simply tilt if you tried to lift it up. We still don't know what the knobs were for, but you find these here. You also find them in Egypt, you find them in India, you find them in ancient Greece, etc., etc. And this is another wall. This is called the Inca Roca wall. Every stone is a different shape and size. Archaeologists say that the Incas simply would put one stone in place, find another one that would fit, and shape it and put it into place. But the curious thing is when you move backwards, this wall, or at least this section, shows the form of a puma. You can see the tail here. And so that means that whoever constructed the wall designed the shape of the puma into it, either as they were building it or before they were building it. And then in the same area, again, you have these polygonal stones. We can't actually see the tool marks on the surface because of ancient or periods of weathering. So the weathering by itself indicates that this wall is far older than the Inca. And again, as we pull backwards, this forms the shape of a snake. And that again would have to have been incorporated into the design either during or before construction. This wall is 6 feet or almost 2 meters thick. And this is quite curious because it looks like it would be in Cusco, but in fact, this is the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, Japan. So this gives us an indication that ancient structures in Japan itself are older than what we call the Japanese culture, just as the structures in Peru are older than the Inca culture, and structures in Egypt are older than the dynastic Egyptian culture. And this too is in Japan. I believe this could be either in Osaka or Kyoto, but the same kind of polygonal construction, and the wood is very heavy again on the surfaces, indicating great antiquity. And Easter Island. Not only are there 900 of the Moai figures, they aren't simply the head sticking out of the ground. Each one of those figures is a complete body. And the question is, how is it now that only the necks are showing? I went there with Dr. Robert Schock, whom Jamie talked about, and he had no problem in believing that some of this construction could be 12,000 years old. So much older than the Polynesians who presently live there and have lived there for about 2,000 years. This is Inca period construction. So you can see it's not that sophisticated, it's reasonably tight-fitting, but not on the level that we were looking at. And it's quite possible, again, that this is basalt that was from the quarry 50 kilometers away, and that the Incas simply recycled the stone that they found in the abandoned megalithic city of Cusco. This is Inca construction. So what you can see here is it looks very tight-fitting in the front, but because this wall has been damaged, and these are the Inca tool marks, you see the little white dots, that gives us an indication of how they did their work. But you see the front, and then the back, and then in the middle, there's all this fill. So what the Inca were trying to do was to replicate the look of the megalithic builders, but they didn't have the technical capacity to be able to do the megalithic work. However, they had a sense of aesthetics, so they wanted their work to look as similar as possible to the older megalithic work. And this shows you, again, a damaged Inca wall. You see, if it hadn't been damaged, if these stones were not missing, it would have looked really nice. It would have looked really perfect as it does on the front. But in the back, you see how it splays out. So this wouldn't have been too difficult to do here, but it's not high quality going backwards there. As compared to the interior of the Cory Concha, you see here you can't fit a human hair, and in fact all the way through more than 3 feet or 1 meter, these stones fit perfectly. And stonemasons that I've taken to this site can't believe that even in modern technology, or using modern technology, that we could achieve this level of precision. It's technically almost perfect. Then we have the site called Sacsayhuaman. You see the scale of the stone. This is either Inca repair or possibly modern repair, but you see the size of the stones is immense. The largest ones have been measured at 125 tons. The biggest one is 29 feet tall. It's actually over here. 19 feet rises above the ground, 12 feet below ground. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, they were blown away at what they were looking at, and they asked the Inca, "Did you build this?" And the Inca said, "No, this was here when we got here." So that clearly indicates that Cusco, even by the Inca's admission, is older than the Inca civilization. And this is another indication. You see me, and then this is another pictogram. This is the paw of a puma. You see the toes, then you see the palm, and part of the arm or leg coming down. So again, this is part of the fun that the megalithic builders did in their construction. This is also at Sacsayhuaman. The stone is called rhyolite, and it's 8 out of 10 on what is called the Mohs scale of hardness, the hardest thing that we know of being diamond at 10. So this is 8, and the Inca could not have cut these precision surfaces using bronze, which has a hardness of 3. The basic formula is the tool has to be harder than the material you're trying to cut. So this is one of the many obvious examples of that. You can't cut hard stone with bronze. And even when you put a level on it, it's within 1 degree of being perfectly level and flat, and how that was achieved, I don't know. Then we have thousands of these shapes in the Cusco area, and I literally mean thousands of them. Archaeologists believe that this was part of a quarry. However, why would somebody quarry out a pie-shaped piece of stone like that? Normal quarrying happens this way in modern times and ancient times. You cut one layer, then you go down, you cut another layer, and then you cut another layer. You don't cut strange shapes like this out of a surface. And in the same area, we have this piece. This would appear to be a staircase, possibly upside down. This was originally connected to that, which was originally connected to this and raised up. And so this looks like it was the victim of a cataclysmic event, which also Jamie alluded to, of about 12,000 years ago. It's a lot of scientific evidence that indicates our planet was hammered by a cataclysmic event at that time. And so this would have brought about the demise of the megalithic people, not only here, but all over the planet. And also we have shapes like this. Again, academics believe this is a quarry, but it looks almost like a huge piece of dough in which these shapes have been formed. However, it is more likely that it was a sophisticated type of technology that did this, cutting these shapes out. But again, there are thousands of these. If there was one, it would be one thing, 100, another thing, but thousands means you have a very sophisticated technology that's able to do this without much effort. And this is just another site. Again, you see ancient weathered staircases, recesses here. This is part of a massive stone outcrop that's fully carved. It's about the size of an apartment building. And within this stone structure, you have two caves, which are tall enough to be able to walk in. This surface is so smooth and shiny that it will reflect your watch if you put it up to it, or your fingernails. No one knows whether this is heat vitrification or simply polishing, but it's quite intriguing. It's called the Cave of the Moon and was used by the Inca for ceremonial purposes. That's what we learn over and over again, is that the Inca, of course, found all of these things and utilized them, but it doesn't mean that they made them in the first place. They may have altered them when they could. This, for example, was the ceremonial table used for qualifying the elite of the Inca society. It's climate controlled naturally. It's always the same temperature and humidity inside, so it's perfect for mummification. But the Inca simply found it and then utilized it for that purpose. And then this is another site called Pisac. Here you have Inca construction here and also here. Notice the relatively small size of the stones. And right in front, again, this is field stone from the area, or recycled broken pieces. And then here, reasonably massive pieces of basalt from the same quarry, about 30 kilometers from this site. You notice that it's damaged. It could have been catastrophic damage from the ancient event that I will get more into. And anomalous things like this. This is located in a side valley on the way to Machu Picchu. No one knows what culture made it. Very hard stone, beautifully shaped surfaces, used ceremonially by the Inca. It would appear that you could put your arms stretched out this way and that way and have your back against it because it's very ergonomic. But also in the same cave, we have this, which would have been very difficult for the Inca to do. It's andesite, which is about 7 out of 10 in terms of hardness. And what function would it have been for, aside from the idea that whoever originally made it used it for resonance purposes? It is possible, and I entertain the idea, that this is what is called a resonance chamber, or even some kind of communication device used to communicate from this location to other locations in the area and possibly all over the world. It could literally be what is known as a Stargate. And then here we have this beautiful fountain that looks similar to the shape we saw in the cave. You see again, there were two knobs here. Whoever used it could have had their back against the wall with arms stretched out to get into a meditative state. Again, supposedly the Inca constructed this, but you'll note this is Inca construction behind it here, as well as here, and does not have the level of sophistication as the floor and this work in itself. The Inca likely found it and turned it into a fountain, but the original function could have been far more sophisticated. Another intriguing point is this, which is called the Capacñan, which means the royal way, named by the Inca. It's also called the Path of Viracocha. And along this line, we find almost all of the megalithic works in Peru and Bolivia. So at this site called Cajamarca, we have megalithic work. Cusco is here. Machu Picchu is very close. Sacsayhuaman is very close. Tiwanaku is right here. An ancient center called Oruro is here. And the giant silver mine of Potosi is here. And also dowsers that we've taken along this route have been able to sense a very strong natural electric earth current, which is called the Path of Viracocha. So it's believed that the megalithic sites were built on purpose along this line in order to utilize Earth's natural energy. Obviously something that Tesla and others were attempting to achieve as well. Then we have the massive site called Ollantaytambo, which is on the way to Machu Picchu. And what's different about here is usually you find the megalithic work is the foundation on top of which the Inca or other culture would construct other levels. But instead, all of this work here is Inca, phenomenal agricultural terraces, but it's up here that we find the megalithic works. So as we go higher up, you're looking at Inca repair work, likely here and there and here. But this is where we find the beautiful polygonal work. And this is the megalithic work by the ancient builders, as well as the remains of a massive structure of some kind, now called the Sun Temple, on top. And the quarry for this stone is there. Across the Sacred Valley, this face on this mountain is where all of this stone came from. And it was not the Inca with a bunch of bronze tools. As we go closer, you see the size. Here we're looking, it's a type of granite. The weights vary between 10 and 70 tons. And the level of precision is quite profound. Most archaeologists believe that the Inca themselves were constructing this site and for some reason abandoned it, but it's more likely that this structure was destroyed by the ancient Cataclysm, and when the Inca found it, they lovingly nurtured the work of the great ancestors by doing things like building this little wall to support the stone to keep it in place. There's no evidence that the Inca destroyed anything of the ancient builders. They were simply in awe of what they did, as I am, and you likely are. And so they would build things in the area, but they wouldn't shift or move any of the stone. And this shows you, again, the level of technical prowess. You can't fit a human in between that joint. And at these little places here, where the stone is broken away, if you put your finger underneath it, it's as smooth as glass. And this stone weighs at least 20 tons. This is the back side of whatever the structure was. The reason why it survived is that it was built into the side of the mountain itself. We have evidence that there was a massive earthquake during this cataclysm that went from east to west that way. But because the front wall as well was built into the mountain, it basically remained intact, except top parts are missing and the sides are gone. They would have simply fallen down into the valley below, would have broken, and the Inca would have used that stone as construction material for their staircases and things like that. And here we have evidence that the Inca were trying to rebuild this wall here. But as you can see, if they were the great megalithic builders, they wouldn't have left these gaps like this and filled it with basic rubble. They would have connected this stone to that stone with precision, whereby you can't fit a human hair in. So they reconstructed it as best they could. And I like to say that David Hatcher Childress was the one who first pointed this out to me. Now again, we have a little video, thanks to my quadcopter, and this simply gives you a view of what this area looks like. So you see how big the stones are. Now this is a very early photograph taken at Ollantaytambo, probably from the 1930s, before there was any reconstruction by archaeologists. You see that all of this stone is missing. There was in fact a wall like this right here, but that was damaged because of the east to west massive earthquake. This is Inca repair work. So that shows you again, Inca, earlier, knob, damage. And this is possibly an example of the technology that was used to cut the stone. It wasn't a laser, because lasers simply melt stone and make quite a mess. So it could have been a kind of vibrational or sonic energy that was used to focus on quite possibly one of the minerals in the stone itself, causing it to vibrate and then destabilize. So this could be the cutting mark of lost ancient high technology. And here we have, again, more of these cutout shapes that archaeologists say is part of a quarry. But how anybody would be able to cut the back and then through this way and that way and remove that stone is very mysterious. This site is called the Temple of the Condor, and it's part of the Ollantaytambo complex here. Again, lost ancient high technology, possible catastrophic damage here. This is also the Temple of the Condor, and these quite precise pieces, whatever happened to this structure, again, was likely a cataclysm. Very poor attempts have been made to try to put these pieces back together. It was likely quite large at one time, but now is simply in ruins. And then the most famous of Inca locations, called Machu Picchu. And Machu Picchu, contrary to common belief, was not made 100% by the Inca, but it was an ancient megalithic site found by the Inca, and then the Inca themselves constructed around the ancient megalithic aspects. So this is part of the megalithic site here and over here. And our dowsers came here, and they were able to sense a very strong energetic field running straight through here, starting at this part of the megalithic aspect and ending at this megalithic aspect. So about 5% of Machu Picchu was built prior to the Inca, and 90 to 95% is Inca. So here we have Inca construction, the magnificent terracing systems that they did. But again, you see very rough construction, stones simply stacked on top of one another. And this is a photograph from 1913 when it was being excavated by Hiram Bingham, an American. So that's basically 2 years or 1 year after it was found. Again, very little or no reconstruction had been done by archaeologists at this time. So the curious structures of this one and that one, you see they're heavily damaged. This side of this three-sided structure has sunk 2 feet into the ground, and the geologist that went there with me told me that that would have been a massive catastrophic earthquake that liquefied the foundation underneath, causing this to sink. And she said if this had happened during Inca times, then the entire city would have been destroyed. But as we can see, or actually what it tells us then is this structure is older than the Inca, because there's no record of a massive earthquake occurring. And then you see up here, this is Inca reconstruction on top, and again, very crude Inca work here. So this is our megalithic core part. And this is excavation, 1912, most likely. Again, you see the beautiful precision of this, the size of some of these blocks, the complexity of the construction. And there's one stone on the other side that has 25 to 29 facets. It locks into the structure in a three-dimensional way. And this is what is called the Temple of the Three Windows. And what you'll notice is that every single stone is a different shape and size. It's much easier to build with stones of the same shape and size, but for some reason, the megalithic builders decided to do it this way. So clearly, whatever technology it was that they used was very familiar to them. This kind of work was not difficult. And there we have Inca reconstruction on top. This is the famous hitching post of the sun. And this is part of the megalithic aspect. This is not simply one piece of stone, but is in fact the top of the mountain. And because all of the stone at Machu Picchu are made of this white granite, it's reasonably high in feldspar and quartz crystal. We know that quartz crystal is piezoelectric, or naturally works with the Earth's energies. And also, this was not simply the hitching post of the sun. It has so many angles and facets to it that it's more likely that it was used as a solar calendar, a lunar calendar, a way to map the different planets and possibly even the stars. And another curious aspect of it is that each one of these corners points to a mountain. And these are aligned to the cardinal points. On top of this, which is Huayna Picchu, there are massive Inca constructions. And unfortunately, I haven't been to the other three mountaintops to see whether there are ruins up there or not. And also, this little facet here is magnetic north. So we have north and magnetic north. And if you hold a compass very close to it, then the compass can vary quite, or go quite wild at that spot, which is quite common at many megalithic sites around the world. There is a magnetic aspect. This shows you in one picture different levels of construction. You have this massive piece of stone here. You have relatively good tight-fitting work here, inferior work here, inferior work in the back, and none of this has been reconstructed. This is what it looked like when it was found 100 years ago by Hiram Bingham. And also this beautiful little cave on the backside of the mountain called Huayna Picchu. See this beautiful tight-fitting work here. Again, these false doors that have no commonly known function. The archaeologists and tour guides say that gold idols were put in here, but again, it's more likely that these were used for energy of some kind, maybe for collecting energy in the body as naturally created by the planet. Maybe these are stargates of some kind, but they are numerous in number, not only in Peru, but in many other ancient sites around the world. And this site is along this path of Viracocha, and this gives us a clear indication of the difference between Inca work and the older work. This is Inca reconstruction done with adobe and local stone, but below it is the more megalithic, and clearly the Inca found this site with all these walls damaged like that. They recycled the site, built up these walls, and constructed a roof over top. And another site, which is along the path of Viracocha, is called Silustani, where we find these massive towers called Chulpa. The intriguing thing about them is that they taper upward from the bottom, so they're wider at the top than they are at the bottom. Some people believe that they are, again, resonant structures of some kind. You can enter inside. There is a chamber inside here. This chamber inside is tuned to 440 or maybe 432 hertz. So if you make I believe it's an A flat sound, it vibrates and harmonizes to that sound. Also, the damage to this was not done by the Spanish conquistadors, but again, the damage goes from east to west. And so this side was blown out, likely by the ancient cataclysm of about 12,000 years ago. So here again, I want to show you a little video with the quadcopter. So you can see what one of these Chulpa towers looks like now. If it had been quarried by the Spanish, then clearly they would have actually taken all of this stone that you can see here and would have moved it somewhere, but they simply left it in place. And I believe, again, that gives us an indication of ancient catastrophic damage and not damage by the Spanish or anybody afterwards. This site may be known to some of you. It's called Amarumuru or Aramumuru. It's not actually that sophisticated in terms of how it was made. We can see the tool marks. Archaeologists and myself do not know who did this work originally, but again, the dowsers who came here, they found that there is a masculine or yang energy moving through this direction, through this portal, and then yin or female energy here. So you have alternating bands. You have female energy, male energy, female energy. It's well worth visiting this site, a great place to meditate. Again, created by an unknown culture at an unknown time. And now we come to one of my favorite places, which is Pumapunku, right next to and actually part of Tiwanaku. In this photograph, these stones are in their original place. See this one sticking out of the mud. This was a test excavation down 2 feet, and they found, obviously, that this site had been destroyed by some kind of ancient cataclysm. The archaeologists refuse to dig further down because they don't think that there is more, but sonic mapping has been done of the area, and there are, in fact, chambers beneath the surface as well as other structures. So what we see at Pumapunku now is simply 4% of what the original site likely had, because starting 1,000 years ago, different cultures used the stone from the site to build different buildings nearby, and even as far as La Paz, the capital of Bolivia. These are the famous H blocks, or 4 of them. There are only 8 of them now. We have no idea how many there were originally. But one thing to point out is that none of them are the same shape and size. So the idea that they were processed in a plant or made in a mold is not the case, because they're all different and the backs of them are different as well. This is another block that we find at Tiwanaku, which is nearby. These 2 sockets here, they actually taper inwards like that. It's not a cube, tapered pole, almost as if something was anchored into it. Some might believe a machine. It's unknown. And also thousands of little drill holes like this in the andesite stone. It's likely that the carving was done afterwards by the Tiwanaku people, and that the drill holes were originally there, because the Tiwanaku did not have drill bits. They only, again, had bronze tools, and you can't cut this andesite or drill this andesite with bronze tools. You need at least carbon steel or something harder. And here again, a little video for those of you who have been to Pumapunku. Again, the quadcopter in action. You'll see not only the devastation at the site, but you'll see relatively how small it is now. Again, it's been used as a quarry for 1,000 years. And in the late 18th or 19th century, it was used to make the railway bed nearby, and so the railway workers literally dynamited Pumapunku in order to be able to break the stone up into tiny pieces to make the rail bed. But thankfully, what's left of Pumapunku is under preservation, and only if there were, say, a handful of the stones left behind, they are all smoking guns telling us that this site not only was made by a very highly technological civilization, but due to the weathering, clearly it was done thousands upon thousands of years ago. And now another video. Hopefully the sound will work. Also, there's a magnetic anomaly here. This could have been created when the stone itself cooled billions of years ago, or maybe not. And maybe the megalithic builders who created the H blocks wanted the stone to have this magnetic capability. Hopefully, again, the sound works. So unfortunately, I was just in Egypt and was brought this tool, which is called a magnetometer, that reads in microteslas. And we found no aberrations in Egypt, which I found kind of weird. But here at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, we find a really clear magnetic anomaly going on. So there's a lot more at Pumapunku and Tiwanaku to explore. I've been there between 40 and 50 times, slowly learning more about it, but there's a lot more scientific testing that has to be done at this site to figure out why it's so unique. Pumapunku looks like no other site on the planet. It is completely unique. This you may not have heard of. It's an ancient site called Samaipata, which is in the high jungle of Bolivia. It's the entire top of this mountain has been sculpted. And archaeologists believe that it was a native tribe from the Amazon that maybe 2,000 years ago did this work, but I don't think so. This is Inca, what's left of Inca construction here. Again, the Inca built at all of the ancient megalithic sites, likely out of awe for the megalithic builders. And then here's a very short video, again flying over Samaipata, that shows you a small part of its complexity. We also find other holes in the Cusco area, several stones like this with drilled holes in them here and there were found buried underground south of Cusco by about an hour. And this seems to be part of a very elaborate, maybe water conducting system. Unfortunately, most of these stones have been unearthed by local people and are now incorporated into their houses. But hopefully at some point, more digging will be done in the area to uncover and see how many more strange artifacts like this exist. This is a site called Saiwite. This piece of stone is about the size of an automobile. And here you can see that it's simply snapped in half. This is likely done by, again, a cataclysmic event, not by the fact that the stone had a natural flaw. Because the one thing a mason will do before they do any work on a piece of stone is to test the soundness of it. And if they detected any kind of crack like this, they wouldn't have done all of this elaborate work. So this again could be an example of the cataclysm from 12,000 years ago. And in northern Peru, along the Path of Viracocha, we have this aqueduct carved into the bedrock itself. It's presently 8 kilometers long, which is about 5 miles. But because of its antiquity and lack of means, it could be many more kilometers long than that. And it has these curious zigzags in it. Some actually believe that these zigzags are here so that as the water would be traveling down, it would enter the zigzag, and then as the channel starts to move uphill, the zigzags would restrict the water moving backwards, so you could literally make the water go downhill and then back uphill again. No one has a clue what culture did this or when. So as regards this event, These two authors, Alan Dallaire, believe it happened 11,500 years ago, which again is around 12,000 years. And they believe that a comet or series of comets either came close to our planet or hit the planet and knocked it from being vertical, where it should be, to our present 23.5 degrees. So what it did is it caused the world's climate to go from 2 seasons per year to 4. And also this shift of 23.5 degrees, many of you will know of the idea that mammoths and mastodons in Siberia were found in permafrost with fresh buttercups in their mouths, so they were flash frozen. So if the planet was hammered and then the tilt went from vertical to 23.5 degrees, animals living in a temperate zone would have suddenly found themselves in the Arctic. And we'll get more into that. There's also Barbara Hand-Plow, who based her work on Alan and Dallaire, as well as her Cherokee grandfather, who told her that an ancient cataclysmic event happened. And so through Barbara's work, she also indicates around 11,500 to 11,700 years ago, there was this galactic event. And it destroyed all the high cultures, most of the people, and as well, it created psychiatric trauma. So that it took humanity, those that survived, about 6,000 years before rebuilding society, and that's why we have such things as Sumeria rising, the Indus Valley rising, Egypt rising, and possibly China rising about 6,000 years ago. It was a renaissance human culture. It was not the first of human high society. We also have Paul Laviolette, a physicist who believes that every 13,000 years approximately, there's emitting of energy from galactic center. He believes that our core, the core of our galaxy is not a black hole, but a pulsar. So every 12 to 13,000 years, it emits energy out, which travels across the galactic plane. And then that, if it encounters any objects, such as comets, it would probably carry them with it. And what could have happened is that this energy went through our sun itself and pulled plasma away, which struck our planet at specific locations, and that would have caused the flash ending of the last ice age about 12,000 years ago, rising sea levels by more than 300 feet, burying any high culture in water, such as Atlantis, that existed anywhere near the coastline, and basically destroying any people, or most people, and any signs of their existence on the planet. And also the work of geologist Dr. Robert Schoch. He also believes that plasma ejection from the sun caused the rapid ending of the last ice age. In his belief, the ending of the ice age could have could have occurred in less than 2 weeks, causing the world sea level to rise by more than 300 feet. So all 4 of these theories line up in terms of timeline. I presently am working on a book called Aftershock, looking at all of the theories of this time period, and I'm hoping to finish it within the next 2 months or so. And it's possible that we found actual evidence of this damage. If you look here, this is in the highlands of Peru. And as we look closer, you see that the surface has been melted. Now it takes at least 1,000 degrees Celsius to melt a stone surface like this, so it's not a local fire or somebody burning garbage, but also the joints here are fused together. So this could be an evidence of the plasma striking the high area of the Andes of Peru, the highlands, and causing all the catastrophic damage that we have witnessed so far. Now we move to Egypt. And As many of you will believe or will know, Dr. Robert Schoch, who's an expert geologist on weathering, was shown a photograph of this, which is the Sphinx enclosure, with the Sphinx being here, obviously. This erosion, horizontal, is likely the result of wind and sand, but the vertical erosion here was done by water. And climate studies have shown that the last time that there was any significant rainfall in the Giza Plateau area would have been a minimum of 10,000 years ago. So that tells us that the forming or shaping of the Sphinx itself was done at least 10,000 years ago, because the weathering is also vertically on the Sphinx itself. There's heavy reconstruction that started during the dynastic Egyptian times all the way to present day. So the Sphinx is an absolute mess as regards trying to figure out how old it is, except for the weathering aspects. And this is called the Sphinx Temple, which is in front. And if you look at this weathering line here, you can see that the Sphinx wasn't simply dug out, but multi-ton blocks were cut out of the Sphinx enclosure, put into place. Then the next one was cut out and put into place next to it. And then the next one was cut out here and put next to it. So all of this stone here came from the Sphinx enclosure, creating both the Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple at the same time as the formation of the Sphinx itself. And of course, we know that the head of the Sphinx has been recarved multiple times because the face is far fresher looking than the rest of the structure. The Great Pyramid, 2.3 million multi-ton blocks of stone. All of this is limestone from the area. It's more than 500 feet tall. There's no way that the dynastic Egyptians could have built this, because if it had been constructed over the course of 25 years, it meant cutting, moving, shaping, and putting into place 1 block per 2 minutes. Not possible by the dynastic Egyptians. We also find a lot of signs on the Giza Plateau of saws. This saw blade, or the saw blade that was used here, cutting through basalt, which is very hard stone, was 20 feet or about 7 meters in diameter, and the thickness of the blade, 1/8 of an inch or a few millimeters. We do not have the material, metal of any kind, in the 21st century to construct such a massive blade, but this is smoking gun evidence of lost ancient high technology. And then the Great Pyramid itself, all 3 of the pyramids are pre-dynastic in construction, and the silly idea that when it was being constructed, so-called during the time of Khufu, that first he wanted to be buried underground, then he changed his mind and wanted to be buried in what's called the Queen's Chamber, and then he changed his mind and wanted to be buried in the King's Chamber. This is complete supposition, guessing by archaeologists, and to me is nonsensical. What some of you may not know is that the Great Pyramid is not 4-sided, but is 8-sided. It has slight indentation, and that could give you an indication that its initial function was sonic or vibratory in purpose, that it was actually the exposed part of a massive system of sonic vibrational resonance, not the tomb of a pharaoh. Christopher Dunn formulated the theory that the pyramid itself was an electrical generator, but I think it was more of a sonic acoustic resonance structure, as well as other pyramids in the area. The dynastic Egyptians did build pyramids, but never of this size and never out of stone like this. They made pyramids out of mud brick, which of course fell apart over time. They were trying to copy what they found when they arrived in this area about 5,000, maybe 6,000 years ago. These existed before them. Also, the obelisks. I think the obelisks, again, were resonant slash acoustic in nature. The dynastic Egyptians found them and utilized them as things to put hieroglyphics on. Originally, the obelisk would have been just flat surfaces and resonant, meaning that the Great Pyramid and the other pyramids would emit the energy, and the obelisk would be situated at specific locations, not like this, but places like Karnak. So the energy would go from the pyramid to the obelisk and would be utilized on a local basis there, almost like ancient Wi-Fi. This just gives you a sense of size. This is my friend, expert guide in Yusuf Awiyan. This is a piece of granite. It was originally believed that all the granite came from Aswan, which is 500 miles to the south, but our geologist that comes with us, Susan, now believes that most of the granite actually comes from the Sinai, which is in the desert to the east. So there's no way that stones like this were dragged across the desert on wooden rollers or something. Again, there's no way, if we can prove that this comes from the Sinai, there's no way the dynastic Egyptians could move things at that scale. They could possibly float a few down the Nile from Aswan, but not across the desert. And also there are many shafts on the Giza Plateau, off limits to most tourists, but I get to go in because I have local connections. This is the back of the Sphinx, and this shaft at present goes down about 100 feet, but at the bottom is sand. So over the course of thousands of years, sand could have blown in and filled it up. It could be hundreds of feet deep, connecting with a whole series of tunnels that make the Giza Plateau literally like Swiss cheese. I've been in this tunnel system myself. This is looking down one of the shafts. Again, you can see the sand at the bottom. Over thousands of years, it could have filled up. This is shaped stone, but this here is the bedrock itself. This is another one. There are many of these. There are not two, many of them. This is 10 feet across by 12 feet this way, and at present, I think drops down about 100 feet, interconnecting with tunnels. And this is me in the third level underneath the Giza Plateau, inspecting tunnels that are high enough to be able to walk through. There are many levels underneath. It's believed that these originally carried water to create the resonance, to create the resonance for the Great Pyramid and other structures like that. I recommend this man's work, Stephen Naylor, because he looks at the ancient Egyptian cultures prior to the dynastic Egyptians. Osiris I find very curious because of this shape, of course. To date, we have not found any elongated skulls in Egypt, though of course there are depictions. We found hundreds of them in Peru, such as this one in Paracas, with the curious red hair. The famous bent pyramid, which archaeologists believe was an engineering mistake. That's quite stupid because, of course, the architects would have made a diagram of what they were to build before they built it. And so it's more likely that rather than being a mistake, that they got the angle wrong, that instead, if you look at the ancient name of this, it's called Seneferu, which means double harmony. So it could mean that it originally had two different resonances, one here and one there. Inside the nearby Red Pyramid, one of these chambers here, there are three. This has astonishing acoustics. So again, indicating it was a resonant structure and not something for a dead king. And again, they try to make us believe that these are the tools that the dynastic Egyptians used to do all this work. Also at another ancient Egyptian site, this saw mark, each pass of the blade moved 2 millimeters into the stone. This is basalt. The diameter of the saw blade would have been 20 feet. And we find hundreds of drill holes. Perfectly round, penetration of the drill, which ran in a clockwise rotation, 2 millimeters per revolution, which is 500 times more efficient than a 21st century drill. This is the profile of one of the cutters. It was a hollow tube drill, only about 2 millimeters thick. We don't have that technology. These large bowls that are found at another ancient site, again, our geologist believes this could come from the Sinai, which is hundreds of miles to the east in the desert. More drill holes. The boxes of the Serapeum, more than 20 of them. This lid weighs 30 tons. The box weighs 70 tons. Together, that's 100 tons. They're weighted in a tunnel underground. The stone as well likely came from the Sinai. The original block would have weighed 200 tons, and the lid was always cut from the box itself. The resonance inside is phenomenal. Also, the archaeologists date this based on the hieroglyphics. But as you can see, the hieroglyphics are very childish as compared to the surface. So clearly the dynastic Egyptians found the boxes and then carved hieroglyphics in them during dynastic times. This is the interior of one of the boxes, one piece of stone, highly resonant. The famous Osirion, which is an underground structure at Abydos. These are the famous flowers of life, and contrary to some belief, these were not etched into the stone. These were painted on using ochre sometime in the Greco-Roman times. Someone was using the surface to probably educate the students and drew the flower here and there, and I think 15 times there. There's also the painting of a boat and other red ochre paintings. And this is the Osirion itself. Massive blocks of Sinai granite, again likely coming from the Sinai desert. This is near the Valley of the Kings. This is cut straight into the limestone bedrock. There's no way the dynastic Egyptians did this work. There are many of these tunnels. Some are believed to be at least 1.5 miles long. The dynastic Egyptians found them and used them as tombs and painted the walls, but did not cut the shape out originally. Here we are going underground near this location. And this shows us underground chambers that travel in this direction at least miles underneath this mountain here. It's likely that these tunnels and chambers, connect with the Valley of the Kings, and the Valley of the Kings is a whole network of tunnels and chambers. Now here we have the Colossi of Memnon. This is one piece of stone, 720 tons on a base. The stone itself is from Cairo. It's 7 out of 10 on the hardness scale. There's no way that the dynastic Egyptians shaped this. And the damage, I believe now, was done by the catastrophic plasma event 12,000 years ago, not done by a culture after the Egyptians, because we have heavy damage on the eastern face, little on the side, and almost none on the back. So we theorize that the plasma ejection came from the sun from the east, and if that's the case, it blew through this entire area, destroying the sides of these ancient sculptures, blowing the top of this one away. They're still finding many of these buried underground, indicating great antiquity. Then we have this piece of stone nearby Karnak. Our geologist looked at it. She said the crystal structure on the inside is bigger than on the outside, and she believes, here again, the inside, bigger crystals than the outside, she thinks this was the result of a instant blast of heat that expanded the core and caused the crystals to grow, and then the whole surface to crack and made this stuff basically fall apart. And also at Karnak, the Holy of Holies, this again is an indication that this plasma energy blasted through this area, destroying to the left and right. This causeway is not perfectly aligned east and west. It's approximately 20 degrees off, and that would indicate to me that the damage happened when our planet was vertical, and then when it was hit by the cataclysm, it was knocked 20 degrees off, and that's why this causeway is 20 degrees off. This literally means Stargate. Stargate. We have the massive unfinished obelisk at Aswan, never finished, 1,200 to 1,500 tons. It was done utilizing lost ancient high technology. Here you can see the actual technology itself. It's a scooping device of some kind, approximately 2 feet across. I think it was actually an energy field that did this and turned the stone into sand by focusing the energy on either the feldspar or the quartz, destabilizing the feldspar or the quartz, and turning the stone into sand. Another beautiful object of cyanide located on Elephantine Island, one piece of stone. And this is quite curious because as we pull back, we see there's an opening into the Sphinx. And people have been inside here. There's a ladder that goes down. There are indications that there are parts of the Sphinx that are hollow and could connect to tunnels underneath. Finally, we're in Lebanon. This is the stone of the pregnant woman, still attached to the bedrock. This is limestone, estimated weight between 1,200 and 1,500 tons. It looks obviously that whoever was doing the work was disturbed because it was never finished. Could be an indication that this was being worked on at the time of the cataclysmic event 12,000 years ago. This gives you an indication of scale. There I am with Stephen Mailer. Again, the size of it. The site of Baalbek itself is 1 mile in that direction. This is another stone that actually was cut from the side, fell down here, and was later quarried by the Romans. These are Roman quarry marks. And here we have the trilithon. 3 stones weighing at least 1,000 tons apiece. This is later Roman work on top of it. Clearly, the site of Baalbek was being worked on by megalithic builders, was never finished, abandoned during the Great Cataclysm. These stones here, 800 tons. And this stone here, probably 1,000 tons with Roman work here afterwards. Now I have published 18 books. This is the best one if you're interested in lost ancient Peru technology. This one, lost ancient technology of Egypt. It's also in French. Then the elongated skulls of Peru and Bolivia. It's also in Portuguese. My first book, Brief History of the Inca. Inca Footprints. It's a walking tours of the megalithic sites. Gringo Guide. This is the guide for Machu Picchu and Cusco. Book about Machu Picchu itself. The Inca, their culture before the conquest by the Spanish. Other megalithic and interesting sites around Peru. My book about Easter Island. Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. The Enigma of Cranial Deformation with David Hatcher Childress. The Real History of Hawaii. the ancient seafaring people of Polynesia prior to the time of the Polynesians. Nazca, my definitive book about that. And my most recent book, The Plumed Serpent, Ancient Bearded Gods of the Americas. And that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian.
My pleasure.
Do you have a few moments to answer a couple questions?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Do you see right at the bottom of the webinar window, there's a Q&A tab?
I'll have to turn this.
Just go back, yes, end the screen share.
Okay. Oops. Sorry, I'm having trouble with this.
No worries. You can just go to your to the bottom of your desktop and just click the webinar button right there.
Sorry, I'm having trouble getting this to expand. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so end screen share. Okay, you done that
Okay.
already? And then
Yeah.
you see Q&A right there, just underneath your window.
Right.
Click that, and you can read the questions right there.
Okay. Okay, Phil is asking, what is the depth of those evenly spaced holes? It's only about 1/4 of an inch. And then the next one, given the later human inhabitation of abandoned megalithic sites, why were the sites originally abandoned? Well, I honestly believe that it was the cataclysm of 12,000 years ago that did that. Then the next one from Jody. Brian, you mentioned that elongated skulls had never been found in Egypt. I understood that those of Akhenaten and Nefertiti were elongated. Yes, that's true. Unfortunately, Akhenaten and Nefertiti have not been found yet, even though some of the Egyptologists think they have. It's likely that any elongated skulls were being hidden in the warehouses of the Cairo Museum because they don't fit in with normal Egyptology history. And I'm sure that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of objects being hidden by the authorities that don't fit their version of history. And somebody says, have you used Tibetan bowls? Not yet, I'd love to. And finally, when visiting ancient Delphi last year, someone saw polygonal stones. So yes, ancient Greece dates back farther than the so-called classic Greeks. I believe that the Titans were a race of very advanced people. Of course, Turkey as well had a very advanced people. The west coast of Italy, possibly Angkor Wat and other sites in Asia. So it was a global phenomenon, many sites under the ocean, less than 300 feet below the surface, which indicate that advanced people live. So our human history, as advanced being, dates back clearly more than 12,000 years. We've been lied to on purpose by academics, and now is the time for all the doors to open up and for all of us to learn the truth about who we are, where we come from, so that we can figure out where best to go. Okay?
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much, Brian.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
I appreciate everything you're doing, and we'll be following you, and we'll see you again at the Extraterrestrial Disclosure Summit in August.
Excellent. I look forward to that.
All right, brother. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, awesome. So we started out with the myth, the religion, and the ancient scriptures. We moved into the mathematics and science, and now with Brian, we've uncovered a lot of stuff with archaeology. And I wanted to mention, just add a little bit to what he was saying, in regards to ancient Egypt. The timeline is completely wrong. The whole thing is that since we are in the future and we have advanced technology and we can carbon date, people automatically think that when mainstream scientists tell you a date, that date is actually what the date is. But what they neglect to tell you is we cannot carbon date stone. So the pyramids are made out of a type of stone. And when they carbon date it, the only thing they can really carbon date is the organic material within the stone. So if an ancient civilization, maybe a few thousand years after the Egyptians, went and inhabited the pyramids or even were around it and left their organic DNA or whatever they were using there, when we're carbon dating it, we're only seeing it as far back as whoever was the last people there. We're not even seeing it as far back as it really is. But what we have found out is the Nile River was actually on the other side of the pyramids, due to hieroglyphs and other type of evidence that we found in Egypt, that the Nile River was on the other side of the pyramids. And the last time the Nile River was on the other side of the pyramids, we've dated back to around 9,000 years ago. So it said like Egypt, all the stories that we hear from Egypt, like 3,000, 4,000 years old. But no, like we're realizing that Egypt was 9,000 years plus ago. And one of the cataclysms that we actually faced on this planet happened around that time. There was a cataclysm 12,000 years ago, and advanced civilization got destroyed, and then there was another one 9,000 years ago. This kind of ties into a lot of other evidence that we're showing that humans have actually been on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years ago. And it seems that we're going in cycles of consciousness, that we're evolving, devolving in a 26,000 year cycle, which is called the precession of the equinox. So like, see if you guys can see this. Here's the galaxy, right? A round galaxy. And then Earth is in our solar system going around in circles while it's still going around our galaxy. The circle that we're going in, and we're completely diving into the Milky Way, out of the Milky Way, 13,000 years into the Milky Way, 13,000 years out of the Milky Way, is called the precession of the equinox. So it seems that humanity has been evolving to a very advanced state when we hit the pinnacle of this equinox that a lot of ancient faiths have called the golden age. And then 13,000 years later, we hit the bottom of it, which is called the Kali Yuga, or the Dark Ages, and we have a complete devolution of consciousness, and then we go back up again and do it all over again. So humanity could have been doing this for hundreds of thousands of years, if not even longer. The last 26,000 years, we have some evidence for, and we can't even really prove with hardcore evidence the remnants of Atlantis, which we know existed, and Lemuria, which was in the last 13,000 years. So just imagine what else happened hundreds of thousands of years ago on our planet that we don't even have any sort of connection to and can't even discover at all. So I truly feel that this time, in this evolution of consciousness, in this ascension age, we're not destined to destroy ourselves with a cataclysm anymore, that we've done that. We're now at a state where we're processing all of our past karmas, all of our galactic karma, and every species in the universe, in our galaxy, has their eyes set on our planet for the ascension that we're currently going through. So that brings me into our last speaker, who is Gordon Ashar Davidson. And I'm really excited to bring him forward, because now we're going to kind of go into the galactic aspect of true world history and where we came from and our extraterrestrial heritage. And also we're going to go into the deep spirituality and esoteric wisdom. So a little bit about Gordon. He has a long career of active leadership in social change institutions and movements, while he's simultaneously pursuing a deep inner meditative life, culminating in his book, The Transfiguration of Our World, How a Light Alliance is Transforming Darkness and Creating a New Earth. His experience includes co-authoring with his wife, The Practical Visionary and Spiritual Politics, co-founding Sirius, a spiritual environmental community, serving as founding director of the Social Investment Forum, founding and co-directing a Washington, D.C. institute, the Center for Visionary Leadership, and offering many clients worldwide deep spiritual guidance and transformational consulting over 20 years. And Gordon's talk today, let me go ahead and make him a panelist. Okay, so Gordon today, his talk is going to be on the history of the world, the victory of light over darkness and creation of the new earth. We will explore the history and current state of ancient struggle between forces of light and darkness on our planet, the influences of alien civilizations and light forces, the solar systematic decree following the events of 9/11, an overview of how the world has been guided by interdimensional galactic and Earth light alliance, working closely together to recognize our world systems and co-create a new Earth. Okay, so Gordon, are you with us? Awesome. Welcome, brother. Go ahead and click your microphone in the bottom left-hand corner of your window.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect. Welcome.
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you, are you able to move a little closer? It's a little faint.
Oh, the mic is faint?
Okay,
No.
now I can hear you. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I can turn up
Yeah, turn up the settings.
the gain on it too. How's that now? Is that better?
Perfect. It's all yours, brother. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. Yes. All right. You disappeared. I lost your picture.
I'm right here. The floor is all yours. Take it away.
Okay. Thank you very much, Neil. Yes, I am. So we have about an hour. Is that correct?
You have, you can go over an hour. You're the last speaker, so as long as you need.
Okay. All right. I hope this is stable. I keep losing your picture. Do you understand about what's going on with that?
I took my camera off. We're just going to keep your video on.
All right. Okay, fine.
Okay. But the quality is perfect. I can hear you very well.
Okay, excellent. And you can see the video okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, Craig, what I would like to do, I know you've had a lot of stuff about very specific details about different civilizations and how that went and all that, and that's important. And I'm going to give a very big overview of what I know, and I'm going to tell people the source of all this, and then I'm going to move into giving the overview from a very long-term perspective, and then get right into a lot of what's happened in the most current era that's very relevant to what's happening today in the world. Okay? And so my sources of information, I do research in a completely different way than probably most of the other people you've had on your show, which is I have opened up a connection on interdimensional levels with a being who is a spiritual master, who is deeply involved in the whole process right now today of overseeing the transfiguration, transformation process that we are underway, where we will be moving into higher frequency energies on the earth. That is where I'm receiving my information. This is a result of my being a meditator for 40 years. And over the last 20 years, I have been in direct contact with this individual through telepathic communication and conversations. I don't go unconscious. It's not channeling. It's very conscious, direct interaction telepathically. And I have been receiving information about the world situation for the last 20 years, and especially in the last 4 or 5, gotten a lot of information about what's happened in the recent times, and then what has been the response of the galactics and higher civilizations to all of it, and all of that. So I am going to give you a very synthetic overview. I like to say to people that I honor your own intuition in response to this. I am simply offering what I am receiving as my best understanding of the truth of what is happening in the world today. Use your own intuition. If it doesn't resonate with you, that's fine. You can go ahead and use whatever is useful and let go of anything that doesn't resonate. That's perfectly fine. And I don't expect everything I say to necessarily be in perfect resonance with everybody else. So I do research, I am given a lot of information, and then I can also look at any question that's going on in the world or has gone on in the world and get feedback about what really happened from an inner level as far as I'm able to discern it. And so that's what I'm going to share with you today. The first thing is, you know, in terms of the really deep hidden history of humanity in the long-term past, there was a great crisis that happened on our planet a very, very long time ago. And it's really the seed point for everything that we know on the earth. And that was called the crisis of individuation. And millions of years ago, as part of the divine plan for Earth, when there was a certain readiness for, on the part of the animal forms, the apes that were present on the planet that long time ago, highly evolved beings from Venus entered into the life of Earth. And they came to give this great spiritual evolutionary gift of the spark of self-awareness to those ape-like forms that on the earth way back. And this was done by implanting the seed spark of self-consciousness within the brain and DNA of those beings, those ape-like beings, and so that they would begin to evolve and awaken using that self-conscious spark. Not all of the beings who went through that process survived, but those who were able to make the adjustment did. Ultimately, quite some time later, those beings from Venus also incarnated into those evolving forms, you know, early, very, very proto-human forms, and took on the bodies and interbred with them in order to bring their DNA and their consciousness more fully into these proto-humans. This was an incredible sacrifice on the part of these higher beings. Begin to imagine if you're a being from Venus, and you come in and occupy it almost like a primitive, very, very primitive human body. And for that reason, those beings are called the Lords of Sacrifice. And if we can think of any sacrifice we might make, this was something beyond anything. These beings then became the seeds of the human race. And it was only beings from Venus who were involved at this very early stage. And they went on to their evolution process, and millions of years later, other beings came to Earth and implanted DNA, and in some cases interbred with these beings as well. And these included beings from Sirius, from Arcturus, and other places. There was also the Anunnaki, as everyone knows, who were here on Earth to colonize it and mine the gold to try to save their atmosphere. And one of the names for their planet was Nibiru, however you say it. That's also was true. That is what I got as being real. There were also a group of aliens that came to the Earth while the Anunnaki were here. They were a reptilian group, basically very predatory. And they were able to enter into the Earth because there was like a time-space wormhole anomaly where they were able to enter into the Earth and become engaged with Earth and what was going on here. Now, there are guardians around our Earth, and there were at that time as well, who watch over the Earth and protect it from really serious invasion of a negative type. So that the invasion by these reptilians was not part of the plan for the Earth. But at the time this happened, there was a huge debate at higher levels, because our Earth is also governed by the solar system and the solar council. And there was a huge debate at the solar systemic level about whether or not these beings were to be removed from the Earth or allowed to stay and become part of our human evolution. And the decision was made to allow them to stay, because their presence here would help humanity by presenting us with a choice between the path of greed, darkness, and selfishness, or the path of light, love, and service to all, which the spiritual masters and all those great teachers of humanity, the Buddha, the Christ, and all of them who have come, explained that choice to us and gave us the tools and and the direction we could go to be on that path of light. So ever since that time, humanity has been faced with the choice of between choosing the path of darkness and selfishness or the path of light and sharing and love. And humanity, through those choices, learns the karma, from the karma of those choices, learns why the path of light and love is better and of a better result for themselves and everyone else than the path of darkness and selfishness. And that is the choice we have all been using through our whole evolutionary history to fulfill and to achieve our evolution. Because we learn from the mistakes, we learn why light and love is better than darkness and greed, and we eventually move forward. This, of course, happens over many lifetimes. It is not a single lifetime learning process. The lessons are learned over many, many different lifetimes. So these reptilian beings were here on the planet at the same time as the Anunnaki. And there was a struggle between the two groups. And ultimately, the reptilians, who were more powerful, drove the Anunnaki off the planet. And they were no longer present here. And reptilians basically took over and began to set up their control system so that they could rule the world. Now, they didn't want to destroy the world. They wanted to control it, exploit it, and own it. And in fact, they actually defended the Earth from other civilizations during the period when we had these tremendous galactic wars going on between different civilizations throughout the galaxy. And they defended the Earth from other invading aliens who wanted to basically just to destroy the Earth. They didn't want it destroyed. They wanted to keep it for their own. And they actually prevented that. That's why we have on Earth these huge areas of deserts. The deserts are a result of these explosion of these unbelievably powerful weapons during that galactic war period, which destroyed all the life and created these huge desert areas where nothing exists other than sand for the most part. And so this has all been part of our evolutionary history, but it's, of course, I don't have any direct evidence I can point to. I am just giving you the inner history as I have received it and has been verified through multiple conversations. But, this is up to you to decide what you want to do with it. Now, the DNA issue is a very important one in our history also, because there has been some manipulation of human DNA through genetic experiments, but it's not as widespread as many people are saying. At least that's not what I'm getting. And what their so-called junk DNA that scientists don't understand what it's for is being activated through evolutionary unfoldment. It's not fundamentally about removing controls on us, because those controls cannot ultimately stop this process. It's all about assisting in the unfoldment and activation, which must be a result of absorption of more atomic energy and atomic light into our DNA, which comes through the evolution of consciousness, where we can open up to higher frequency energies, invite those energies in, have it flow through our DNA and affect and raise its frequency, activating it so we have more capacities and more abilities. That's how our DNA is fundamentally activated. There are certainly exercises you can do, and we have a meditation that I offer on bringing atomic light into your DNA, which is very powerful and very effective, and a lot of people are using it. And it also is a result of fundamentally our own spiritual process of unfoldment and raising our frequency and increasing our radiation in the realm of our service. That is part of how we activate our DNA. So now the question comes up of why is humanity in such a tremendous crisis at this particular time? So we are in the moment where there is a tremendous amount of energy flowing into our planet. It's flowing in from the heart of the galaxy. It's flowing in from the galactic civilizations who are now able to radiate a lot more energy to us, and I will share more about this in a bit. And so there is this huge stimulation going on of the planet, which is causing many, many different kinds of symptoms and issues. When this energy pours in, of course, it stimulates everything in human beings, both the positive, bringing us into higher states and feeling joy and bliss sometimes, but it also stimulates all the unresolved issues and patterns in our subconscious and all levels of our being, which are meant to be worked through with this new energy pouring in. That's what we're doing. So that's part of what we're dealing with on the planet at this time. Now, what I'm getting is the solution for most of us that is most easily accessed is to what we call open into the matrix of love. We all know love is an important energy. It's fundamental to our whole system. We want to see that, present. We want to be part of that and be in that. For many people do, not everyone. And so, but it is an energy, and it's an energy that can be called upon to sweeten and clarify our relationships, open our hearts, and bring the energy of forgiveness, repentance, and lasting connection. That's what love does. That's on a very interpersonal human level. On a cosmic level, love is an all-pervading, infinite field matrix of energy which transcends all dimensional limitations of time and space and creates an indissoluble bond between all worlds and dimensions. It is an energetic matrix which, when entered at any point in any dimension, ultimately unfolds into a unity of consciousness with ever-expanding wholes to which there is no end or limit. As such, entering the matrix of love through any dimensional portal leads to an ever-expanding revelation of the seamless unity of the whole, which is the one life. So love is not just a nice sentiment between human beings. It's much, much more than that. It is fundamentally the magnetic, binding, unifying energy that holds all the worlds in right relationship. It is much greater than just that feeling we get when we're elated because we're in love or we're experiencing love with other people or whatever. It is so much more than that. That's the key thing. So it's the key to this whole unfoldment and activation of our DNA, of our own resolution of the kind of problems we have on the earth today. It is the key to the entire process. So now to go more into the history, because that's what we promised. The galaxy our galaxy for very long cycles of time was punctuated by interplanetary wars and conflicts. Ghastly, there were huge destruction of whole planetary systems, and it was just an unbelievable thing. Went on for millennia at certain times. Eventually, the light forces gained supremacy, and all the existing alliances that were made during this interplanetary, intergalactic war were woven together into what's called the Galactic Light Alliance, or just the Galactics. The Light Alliance is an agreement to keep the peace and uphold the principles of freedom, self-chosen development and evolution, and the friendly relations between all races and civilizations. The opposition that caused the war was those beings who were basically fundamentally predatory, wanted to gain control of the different civilizations and planets and use them for their own benefit, and had absolutely no respect for the rights of or free will of the beings who lived in those systems. So it was really a war between light and dark, between those who supported free will and self-chosen evolution and those who wanted to just simply conquer and take whatever they wanted and destroy whatever they felt like. That is the fundamental war, which is now been resolved for our solar system and in this whole quadrant of the galaxy. That war has been completed. It is no longer functional. And the Light Alliance now controls this whole of the galaxy. Now, what has happened is, however, that as I mentioned earlier, very early on in Earth's history, we had this entrance of a group of predatory type aliens who, in a sense, there was a protection there, but they, through this wormhole, they were able to enter into the Earth and came in and were there. They were shortly discovered by the Light Alliance. And as I said, they went through this whole choice and they decided to let them continue so that they could, in fact, stimulate us choosing between good and evil and growing evolutionarily through that choice. So they came in and basically set up their own control systems. Gaia, or Earth, our planet, was meant to be an ultimate expression of physical beauty, abundance, and joy that was meant to be shared by all the lives present on Earth. So what happened was, when these beings were allowed to stay, and there was only about 50 of them who started this, they had a great deal of influence over the human beings of that time, obviously. They had superior powers. They could foresee into the future. They could exercise a certain amount of telepathic control over human beings. And that really gave them an opportunity to create a ruling group that was really controlling the planet through. And so what happened was many human beings over the centuries were willing to cooperate and work with and support the activities of this group, which is publicly now known as the Cabal. And some of the members of the Cabal knew that there were these extraterrestrial forces behind their whole operation. Many of them did not, but nonetheless, they were ultimately taking orders from that level of consciousness, which was quite a bit beyond where human beings were at that time. They could also, these extraterrestrial beings could see into the future for a certain cycle, not too far, but not in an unlimited way. So they had all kinds of abilities that humans did not even know about. So the spiritual masters and the great teachers opposed them from the beginning by offering lighted spiritual truths and a higher path rather than the path of darkness. So this whole history of humanity has been a battle for the minds and hearts and souls of humanity between these two opposing forces on this planet. And that's why it's been the way it's been. So it's discerning what is light and dark, choosing the light and learning from your karma of your choices, and ultimately moving more and more towards the light. And that has worked, and we are moving. It's certainly true, but there's many, many factors involved with this, as we'll get into. So what happened was they set up control systems and manipulated the planet in many, many different ways, through setting up the financial system, ultimately setting up controls over, in every civilization they would infiltrate, whether it's Lemuria or Atlantis, they would come in and infiltrate, corrupt the priesthood, corrupt the political leadership, and influence them to go towards the dark, selfish side. And ultimately those civilizations, for that reason, failed. They collapsed. And they ultimately were, in the case of Atlantis, the corruption was so severe that there had to be a destruction of that civilization by the light forces, because there was not possible to rescue or change that civilization. It was so far down into the path of darkness. And that's what happened. So we had the Great Flood, and then all these beings, human beings, most of them perished. The alien leadership, however, could simply withdraw into the higher astral planes, or the astral planes, and not be affected. And then they came back out after the flood was over, and they would reestablish themselves in succeeding civilizations, although these civilizations would come in, like Egypt and Tibet, and be beautiful, spiritually oriented civilization to begin with, and gradually they would get corrupted and more through the influence of these forces, and then they would ultimately fall. That's what's been going on for a very long time. So this pattern has continued all the way through our history, and we have now been through a period where the dark had gained more and more control through the control of the finances and the media and the politics. And they really, one of their attempts to fully take over the entire world was the Nazi Axis powers alliance to actually basically take over the world and make it into a slave empire ruled by those leaders. That was definitely an expression of the control forces of the cabal with the ETs behind it. And that was stopped by help from higher galactic civilizations, along with the masters, the spiritual masters, and all the light forces on the earth, who were called the Allies. And that includes, we got help there with beings from Sirius, the Pleiades, and Arcturus, and other civilizations. They could not directly intervene, but they could give energy, lighted support to the Allied forces in order to help us hold the point of tension and outlast the Axis powers, which they did. And they also prevented the Axis from developing the atomic bomb, and ultimately we were able to do that first. Whatever you think about the atomic bomb, if it had been fallen into the hands of the dark forces, we would have been doomed as a planet. That did not happen because of the help we received from the galactic civilizations. So then they really wanted to, after the war, they were sealed up, the dark forces, the aliens, behind what's called the door where evil dwells. And they were placed there, and they could not re-enter our planetary life in the lower 3D as long as humanity did not reopen that door by indulging in greed, selfishness, trying to control all the things. But of course, we were not successful at keeping that door closed. And they reemerged into modern life, and they began to rebuild their control systems through the financial system, through all the different ways, the media and political influence, and continue their process of taking more and more control of the planet. And they have done this since the war. Some of it involved some interaction with ET groups from outside the planet that were not totally beneficial. And all that went on. And then ultimately, their fundamental final solution, so to speak, for gaining absolute control was to have a false flag. They had many false flag events, but this was the biggest false flag event, which was 9/11, which was their plan then to create generate such fear that they would be able to reduce the freedoms of the American people and others, and to move into the Middle East and gain control of their resources, which they tried to do in Iraq. Didn't work out so well, but they tried. So that was their plan, and there were many other plans, less plans, like the SARS virus and the many other things they were trying to do, many of which were stopped completely by the Light Alliance after this point, and I'll explain that. So what happened was, with this 9/11 situation, they were gaining really deep control. They had gained deep control of the media, the political system, the financial system, and it was obvious we were on a very, very dark path. And so we had to switch our levels here a minute and realize that our Earth is a chakra in the body of the solar being. It is a living chakra. The solar being is a living entity with 7 different chakras, each of them a planet. And the solar system has been ready to move on to higher levels of evolution for quite a long time. but it was not able to move forward into a higher frequency because the Earth itself was still had so much of this dark control that the solar system couldn't move forward. It's just like if you have one chakra and it's totally blocked and dark, you can't raise your frequency. And that's exactly what the situation was. So when we had 9/11, the Solar Council and all the beings that include all the representatives of all the planets in our solar system got together. They looked at the condition of Earth, and they could see that the cabal and these dark forces were ready to really get absolute control of this planet, turn it into a Nazi-type slave camp. That was their goal. When eliminate a lot of the population and just have a few rulers ruling, you know, a couple billion people, and that would be their game. They would be in charge. The Solar Council looked at this and could see that they had always hoped that humanity and the masses were going to be able to wake up humanity enough to overcome these dark forces. At that point, they realized that was not going to work. It was not going to happen. So they issued their decision, and they issued a decree after that point that said, first of all, that they gave permission to the galactic civilizations to remove the 50 invading aliens from this planet. And they did so. In 2002, 2003, that was done. And those beings have been completely removed from the planet, and there are any negative alien extraterrestrial beings on or around the Earth at this time, or in the solar system. They have all been removed. And there are many people saying lots of different things about this, but I am very confident in what I'm saying to you, that this is true. There are no more of these beings present. So that happened then. You still have all of these human beings who are cooperating, working with them, much to their own benefit, to maintain and run these systems. Many of them didn't know what they were really involved with. They just simply knew, well, if I cooperate with what they tell me to do, I'm going to get to be a hedge fund manager, I'm going to run a big, huge bank, or I'm going to get all kinds of opportunities to steal money from the financial system and be super wealthy and powerful and blah, blah, blah. And so many of them went along with it. And some of these have been doing this for hundreds and hundreds of years, which are the great, powerful, wealthy families who control the financial systems. So all the negative aliens were taken, but these people are still here. Many of them. Some of them are gone as well for various reasons we'll get into, but there was a lot of them still here. And so they kept the system going, tried to keep the system going, but the problem is, without that leadership that they had at that other level, it's very difficult to actually maintain the system they had. It's been ever since 2002, 2003, and 4. It's been steadily suffering from entropy. It's losing its ability to be coherent. Now, there are a lot of reasons for that. In addition to the removal of these alien leadership, they also, galactic civilizations, were given permission by the Galactic Council, by the Solar Council, to begin to increase the amount of love and light that they were radiating and giving to humanity and to human beings. And that has been going on, steadily increasing since 2002. And I'm sure any of you who are energy sensitive are aware that that's the case and that the energies are increasing all the time. So that's underway. And the other thing, of course, is that they have been allowed to begin to more directly assist humanity in our efforts to throw off this dark control. So people are being stimulated by all this incoming light. They're waking up. And as Howard Beale said in Network, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And that's exactly what's happening with many, many people around the world, as we well know. And that whole process is awakening humanity. And in addition, all of the shifts that are going on in the support that they're giving, the Galactic Light Alliance is actually coming into closer coordination and direct interaction and support of human beings on this planet. So that it's now at the stage, and this has been going on since 2002, it's now at the stage where if you are doing anything to raise the consciousness, bring more light, share with people the truth, and helping anyone in any way to demonstrate love, whether it's helping a little old lady on the next door to take care of her or whatever it is. To whatever degree you're doing that, you are part of the Galactic Earth Light Alliance. It is now a seamless entity that runs all the way from the highest levels of the solar systems all the way through to the spiritual masters, the angels, and to humanity. We are one united team, which we basically call the Galactic Earth Alliance. And the whole process of raising the Earth's frequency and moving us into higher levels and eliminating completely the control of the cabal is well underway. As you can see, if you're paying close attention, you know, the amount of whistleblowing that's going on, the revelations like the Panama Papers and the arrests and indictments and the removal and disappearance of many of the leaders in the financial system and other systems, more and more people are being shifted. And what's happening is you move out the people who are representing the cabal and you move in people who represent the Light Alliance. And that is exactly what's going on in every field of human endeavor. So that's underway, and that's really very powerfully in play. And I can give you many examples of that, but that is indeed what we're seeing. So there are actually heads of state who are fully aware of what I'm sharing with you for the most part. So, some at different levels of degree of understanding of it, depending on their consciousness, but there are some who are fully aware of what we're talking about right here. And they know that they're part of this worldwide effort to basically reorganize this entire planet. So how is this going to come about? What's this going to look like? Well, let's talk about it in three fundamental spheres, which is a financial realm, political realm, and the environment. So the first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be a total reorganization of the financial system. That means we will have a rechartering of all the banks. They will be rechartered as public utilities rather than for-profit private corporations. And the other thing that goes with that is they will no longer be allowed to charge interest for putting money into the system. They will, if you get a loan, you will simply pay a fee for a loan that's reasonable, but no more unlimited interest, because that is the mechanism by which the cabal has generated quintillions and quintillions of amounts of money that supports them in all their activities through the interest-based money. It is the biggest corruption scheme ever invented on this planet, and it has destroyed the lives of so many people and has allowed this small group of people to accumulate so much money. That's going to all be changed. The next thing that will happen there is that we will have a new currency, which will be backed by gold and commodities with no interest attached to it. It will be completely non-interest currency, and it will be issued by an international group who are really going to allow that money to be out there to maximally facilitate economic exchange. That will be its purpose. And there will be a distribution of funds and resources. All this money that has been accumulated by the cabal in their leadership. I mean, it's inconceivable to even understand what this means, but you know, they have caves in the mountains all over the world, and these caves are full of racks and racks of gold, barrels of diamonds. I mean, there's no, I've seen pictures of this stuff, and it's not a fantasy. If they think they're going to be able to hide in these caves with all their food and shelter and all this and just escape, which is totally laughable. It's laughable because the galactic civilizations have the technology to actually scan the Earth, the planet, for any particular substance that they choose and locate every tiny fragment of that substance all over the world at any depth of the Earth. It doesn't matter. They will be able to find it. So there's not going to be any secret hideaways of all this stuff that they're going to get away with. Everything that has been illicitly, illegally accumulated through the manipulation of the financial system, dirty deals and corruption and all the massive amounts of stuff that's going on will be confiscated. However, people who have money that they've earned or that they've inherited, it's legitimately obtained, will be fine. It's not going to be touched. We don't need to do that. Just taking the assets of all this illegal money and it will be more than enough to feed, clothe, house, provide healthcare, jobs, rebuild the entire planet. And these are the plans that we will be implementing. So that's how the financial system is going to be done. And I'll get to how at a certain point, because I know you all want to know how. So then there will be this worldwide distribution, and the people with the greatest need, like we have, billions of people living in horrendous slums and favelas all over the world, and those people their needs will be attended to at first, and they will be provided with food, shelter, clothing, healthcare, and everything they need. All those slums will be torn down and be rebuilt with beautiful villages where they can live together in a decent condition. And there are plans, there is housing, ways of creating housing that only take an hour to build a house. And this is the plan. And we will be using the military to go in and do all this work. They know how to mobilize, and once they are fully given all the go-ahead and they understand what they're doing, they will be the ones to do a lot of this. And it's not going to be a war, it's going to be a peace-giving mission. That's going to be the new purpose of the military. So that's the financial side. Politically, we're going to have major reform as well. What I've been getting is that in the future, we will have a new set of qualifications for being eligible to run for office. Anyone who has collaborated with the cabal or who has worked with them extensively, done their bidding, will be disqualified from holding public office. And that will disqualify a very large percentage of current people in Congress, for instance. I was told about 80%. So all that will be changed, and there will be very strong qualifications that the people who are going to serve in a political position will have to demonstrate that they have the ability to represent the people they are supposed to fairly, with no intention of personal benefit for themselves, but simply to be fair, just representatives of the people. That is the plan for the new political system, and they will be able to run for office and be voted on. And there are thousands and hundreds of thousands of really fine, young, good people, older people, all kinds of people who want to serve in government and want to contribute in that way and are not corrupt. But they will not go into the system as it is because they know it's corrupted, and they know that they would spend most of their time dealing with all of that, and they wouldn't be able to do much. But if the system were reformed and available on a fair basis, with these kind of qualifications, there are huge numbers of very beautiful, fine people who will come forward to help us in managing our planet for the good of everyone, including all people, all countries, not just the United States. That's part of the plan. Now, there have been negotiations going on for many years between the Light Alliance and the cabal. And this has led to many members of the cabal actually turning to the light, making a decision to say, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to participate any longer in what the cabal is doing. I want to support and help the Light Alliance because this is the better way. That is happening. And you can see it in various personnel and in public life, and it is continuing to increase. The media will also come under the control of the light, and at a carefully chosen time, there will be a new plan to inform the public through the media of the truth of all of what has happened on this earth and what is unfolding even now. So now you might ask, how is this possible? I mean, there are so many people here who are addicted to violence, hatred, who just cannot possibly ever give up their positions of power and control and their supremacy. And how could this ever come about? Well, I'm going to share with you what the plan is. So we know that the frequency on this planet is rising. All of us, many of us, experience this regularly, all the time. Every day, it gets a little stronger. As this unfolds, more and more people are going to experience this. And the goal in that process is for us to get in touch with love. Love, resonate with love, feel love in our own being. Open up to love, open our hearts to love, open to forgiveness, to letting go of all the past that so many people are mired in, and actually realize that love is life. Love is the basic life force of the universe. More and more and more people are experiencing this and realizing this is the answer to everything. So each of us is going through a process of choosing whether we're going to align with love or we're going to be aligned with the past, with our angers, our frustrations, our hatreds, our violence, whatever it might be that keeps you out of love. So we're going to face a time in the not long distant future. I can't give you a specific date. Many people want that, and I'll explain why. That the love energy on this planet is going to become more and more potent, more and more powerful, more and more intense. It's love, but it's love at a new level of frequency you've not experienced before. And with that love comes in, when that love comes into our planetary system, and it is gradually and steadily increasing all the time, but we're talking about a level we've never ever experienced before. And at that level, when that love really pours into the earth, everyone on the planet who can vibrate to love in any way or understands love as a fundamental necessary good and a fundamental principle of life, those people will be able to resonate with that love, and it will flow through them and they will be fine. All the people who do not understand love, cannot open to it, are opposed to it, are filled with all the opposite of love, hate, anger, violence, negativity, and just are not able to resonate with love in any way. Those people will no longer be able to remain on this planet. It will not be viable for them. It will be too much. The energy will be too strong. And they will leave the planet, and they will be taken in a very loving way to other environments, other planets, other places where they can continue their evolution at a frequency environment that matches their own. So those who believe in violence and hatred and all that will go to an environment where that is the norm, so that they will be given opportunities to learn why that is not the right way to live. And as they go through those experiences, they will begin to open to a higher way of living and thinking. That could be a long-term process. I wouldn't want to go visit there for vacation, but that's where they will be, which means that the people who remain on this planet will be able to love. They will be able to resonate with that love, and everybody will do it at different levels. And the level, you can just have love for your family, for yourself, for your family and your community, your neighborhood, whatever, or it can go out to your country, the world, beyond. All of that is possible. That will resonate you with love enough to be able to remain and be part of the great rebuilders, the creators of this new civilization that is emerging on this planet. Because all of us who remain will be the ones to create a new civilization, which will involve primarily, at the first stages, will be taking care of the basic needs of every single person on this planet. So no one ever has to have survival fear again, because that underlying survival fear is like a subconscious miasm that affects everybody on the planet. When that is removed, then we will be able to live in an upraised state, and we won't believe how joyful life can actually be. We won't even have to think about how we're going to survive, because we'll all know that that is going to be present for us, all of us. And we will also make as our prime directive will be to clean regenerate and rebuild our natural systems of this planet. And in that, we will have the help of the galactic civilizations. And they will work with us. They have the technology to clean and remove all of the pollutants and all of the trash and everything else. And they will help us do that. But we will take our part in it, and we will be responsible for our part. The galactics have a very interesting challenge, which is they can help us, but they cannot help us to a point where it interferes with our free will. So they can help us when we make an effort, when we do something to help, or we create a new, better world, or fix something up, or in any way to free ourselves from all this dark control. Then they can give help, matching that. I call it the galactic matching light grant. That has to be equivalent to the effort we make. That much energy help can be given. We make more effort, we get more help, and it spirals up. That's where we are. That's what's going on right now on this planet. So all the people who are doing good things are being assisted and helped, and every time we do something, it's magnified, and we can do more, and it just keeps going and going up, and that's where we are. So then as that unfolds, we will begin to have a really stable, beautiful planet that we're taking care of, we're treating with great love and respect. We are focused on rebuilding and changing all of this. There will be free energy, which of course means that we can run desalination plants anywhere on the planet, and therefore we'll have all the water we need to make the deserts bloom anywhere in the world, and all of that will be completely feasible. We will have all kinds of new transportation systems. We will have new ways of doing everything. I have a lot of this vision is given to me in detail. If you want to read more about this in detail, you can go to read my book, The Transfiguration of Our World, which is available on Amazon. And you can go to my website, livethefuturenow.com, which gives you all the kinds of things I'm doing. We have seminars. I have a regular monthly program, like a news program called Galactic News, Updates from the Light Alliance, which gives you my latest inputs that I'm receiving about what's going on in the world, where we are, and where we're going immediately in the future. So that's very useful. I have a lot of people who love that show, and I think it's really useful and it'll be very interesting for you. So we're going to stabilize and clean up this planet. We're going to raise it to another level. When all of that is stabilized, so that there's no more of this huge fear of survival, and we've brought everything into more balanced organization, at that time, then we will be ready for contact with galactic civilizations, full contact. And that means they will be present, they will offer us the opportunity as humanity to actually join the Galactic Light Alliance as a planet, as a civilization, and participate in the life of the galaxy, which means we can travel off planet anywhere, because they have star drives that make all the current propulsion systems laughable on this planet, and we will be able to move throughout the galaxy and offer our experience to other systems going through a similar transition that we have gone through. And that's one of the things that's very inspiring, is what we have gone through on this planet and our struggle to overcome all this darkness and to stop and move out of polarization and conflict will be extremely valuable to other civilizations throughout the galaxy. And there are millions of them that they can use our experience to help them make their transition into their own higher evolution. So that's a little glimpse of our history, our current condition, and where we're going. So I hope you found that useful, and I'm very happy to have been with you today, and I look forward to hearing from you. You can sign up to be on my list at livethefuturenow.com. That's our website. And our show is Galactic News, Updates from the Light Alliance. And we have a community forum on Facebook, and it's LTFN:, Galactic News Community. So you can participate in my ongoing work, and I'm speaking in lots of different conferences and all around the world, and I will be around. So thank you all so much for being with me, and I hope you found it useful.
Thank you, Gordon. Gordon, do you have a few moments to answer a couple questions?
Sure.
Okay. So firstly, how is this all affecting the U.S. presidential race? Do you have any input on that?
Yeah, I do, actually. What Bernie has done, in my view, he has outlined the vision of where we will go, at least partially, in terms of the kinds of support and love. You know, it's like building a governmental system based on love instead of on, you know, conflict and jockeying for how can I get my piece of the pie, and, you know, and all that, because the system has been hamstrung by the control of the cabal of the financial system. Once that control is removed, we will be able to do everything Bernie says and more, much more. But until that change happens, it's going to be difficult. So he has shown us the picture of what is possible. And, you know, people argue about whether it's possible at all, how you would do it. But the fact of the matter is that vision is now firmly implanted in the minds of millions of people. And that is extremely important. So he's made a real contribution there. Hillary has also, you know, she's a very experienced person working inside a very corrupted system, as we all know. And she has managed to navigate her way through it, you know, in certain ways. I don't think she's never done anything a little questionable, but what I get very strongly and clearly over and over, she is not fundamentally corrupt. All this stuff that you see all over the internet about her is basically cabal stuff put out to try to discredit them, and that's been going on for over decades. And it is not, most of it is not true. There are some things that she's done that are not that great, like speaking at Goldman for, you know, $650,000, not very smart, but overall not fundamentally corrupted at all. And so I think she will be a very good transitional president as we move forward into this new era, where we will have more and more clear, higher guidance, direction, support from higher civilizations. We are moving towards that.
Okay, next question. Who will decide if the accumulated resources are legitimate possessions or not?
Good. Good question. Well, you know, the simple way to answer it is, you know, in your heart whether it was legitimately arrived at or not. But there will certainly be people, this is interesting because I've gotten this before, people who are at a higher level of consciousness, some of them will be from beyond our planet, who will be part of this process, who will know completely inside out, with absolute clarity, if someone comes up in front of them and tries to lie. They will know it. There's absolute knowing. And, you know, and it isn't like then the person is going to be punished. It's just that there won't be any ability to hide the truth of things by people, which is what we have now, rampantly, obviously. And even that's being broken down by all these revelations and whistleblowers and, you know, hacking and all this stuff that's going on. It's breaking down that ability to have secrets. And that's really good. And so, you know, it will, all I can say to you is it will be absolutely fair. It will not be biased. It will not be manipulated. It will not be in the control of anyone who has their own personal axe to grind or their own personal vendetta or anything else. It will be completely beyond anything like that.
Do you have any input on, we have a couple of questions more about the presidential race. Any input on Trump? Is he a part of the cabal? And also the world leader, Putin, is he with the forces of light? Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I know a lot about it. Okay, let's talk about Trump first. Trump has a very interesting dharma role to fulfill here. I think it's fascinating, actually. I mean, obviously, there has never been anyone more unqualified to be president of the United States than Trump. And, you know, and all the, if you really examine what's happened in his life and the way he treats people, the way he, where his money really came from, the fraudulent real estate school he created and built people out of their money, and it's just completely ludicrous claims that he makes about how he's going to, what he's going to do as president. I mean, it's laughable. But of course, a lot of people are very, very desperate, and they're fed up with the current system, and I don't blame them for that, because this current system has not served them, because it's under the control of the cabal, including the Republican Party. And so what has happened is he came in order to completely confront that reality and to show it for what it is. In other words, he is actually acting out what many of the people in the Republican Party actually think. He's just putting it out there straightforward. And you know, that's a lot of what people's views are. And I mean, some of them, not all of them, of course. And so, you know, has a role to break down the Republican Party, just as Bernie has a role to break the bubble of the Democratic Party with all of the ways that it goes along with enabling all the youth dysfunctional behaviors. So he has a role there too. And that's necessary at this stage. I honestly believe that the Republican Party was at such a stage of dysfunctionality and complete corruption, controlled completely by the cabal, that they just needed to have some kind of a breakup of the system that they have. Trump is serving that function, necessary, valuable function. And, you know, I don't think he has much of any chance of becoming president, but he is serving to show all the dysfunctional, illusionary, and corrupt patterns within the Republican Party.
Let's see. 2 more questions, okay?
Oh, wait, I didn't answer the question about Putin.
Oh, Putin, yes, go for it.
Putin, in as much as it seems hard to imagine, he's not perfect by any means, but he is basically aligned with the Light Alliance. Now, he has his own xenophobic, egotistical stuff, you know, going on, but overall, and he has been briefed, what I was told, directly by the Galactics about what's going on and what he should do. And he actually had a contact. I don't know if you remember, it was, I don't know, about a year ago, he kind of disappeared for a week, and they couldn't figure out what happened to him. He was out of public view, and they said it was a military coup, or he was sick and dying, or whatever. They couldn't imagine what happened. He was up on a ship being briefed about what's going on and what he should do. And it was right after that that he pulled back all the troops, a lot of the troops from the Ukraine. It's very interesting. And there's a whole deeper story with the Ukraine, which I don't really need to get into right now. And his move in Syria, even though he's supporting Assad, who is a horrendously genocidal person, if the opposition in Syria had taken over the government or defeated Assad and removed him, we would have had in Syria one more huge, massive, dysfunctional, inter-tribal war going on forever. And now Putin came in, reinforced Assad, so that there's at least some semblance of some kind of governance there for some period of time. It's only temporary. All this is going to get changed when the shifts really start to happen. But right for now, Assad is better than what would have, believe it or not, that's what I'm getting, better than what would have happened if he had been removed.
Okay, last question. About inner Earth, does your research and conversations with others go to the inhabitants of inner Earth, and do you have any awareness on the history of inner Earth?
There is an inner Earth civilization, absolutely. And it has to do with Lemurians, who were originally threatened by the Atlanteans, and they had found passages into the inner Earth, and when that time came, they entered into that realm and established their civilization there. And that is the source also of some of the giants that we find that now are being revealed. They're these huge 10, 12 foot, 9 foot high human beings who lived on this planet at some time. Some of those were Lemurians who were living on the surface at a certain time in our history. And the civilizations that have been established within the inner Earth, which has a sun, by the way, at the center of the Earth, and is similar in many ways to the way that here. It's different, but it does have that. It is a spiritually advanced civilization. It does not have war and conflict and all what we experience on this planet. And they are definitely aware of all that's going on the surface. They are supporting Alliance, and they will at some point come forward and help us to redesign, rebuild our civilization in a completely higher way.
Beautiful. That's it. Thank you so much, Gordon.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate everything that you do, man, and I'm so glad to be connected with you. I'm excited to see what updates you have on the upcoming webinar, so I'm looking forward to that.
Great to be on your show. Thanks so much for doing the work you're doing. It's really important.
Thank you, brother. Have a beautiful night. We'll talk later.
Blessings. Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone. That was amazing. That gave me chills. The whole awareness of where we came from in our galactic history is truly the greatest story ever told. Like it ties in everything from the beginning of creation. And what Gordon and many other researchers are saying, and scriptures have been saying, hieroglyphs have been saying, we're proving. Like we now have evidence that the Earth's axis was completely straight at once, and that was 13,000 years ago. And there seemed to be a cataclysm that made it literally fall from grace, and we fell in another dimension into this dualistic world. We've even had studies that the earthquakes that are happening on the planet are actually slowly shifting the Earth's crust, Earth's axis back into alignment. So a lot of this stuff is being proven right now. What we have to do is just share it with everyone. Like the whole thing about the political energy that's going on in the US and worldwide right now is that because the cabal is coming down, disclosure is happening, transparency is happening. Big corporations and politicians, they can't hide anything on the level they did before. So it's all falling apart. And the reason why it's falling apart is to give us the opportunity to implement a new paradigm that because we've lost trust in our current world leaders, and the only way to really shift it is to put people as facilitators that aren't looking for power and greed, but are looking to help humanity evolve to the next level. So this has been happening ever since the beginning of our creation. The reason why this modern information that we're providing now is so important is because it's been an evolution. We've been getting this slowly. When disclosure happens, all these technologies will be released that can literally change the whole entire surface of the planet. Like we can have a whole different planet. Poverty can be eliminated. We can all live in peace. We can have an abundance of food, no more world hunger. We have the technology for that now. So it's important for us to just get out there and speak about this and truly increase our vibrations to this level. So I want to tell you guys really quick before we go, a couple of webinars we have coming up. So we have William Henry's webinar coming at the end of this month on May 28th, followed by a free webinar with Jim Self. And then we have a dream mastering webinar, Evolving Your Subconscious. And on June 18th, we're going to do an Ancient Aliens, Anunnaki, and the Gods of Nibiru online conference, which is going to be really awesome, a niche conference about the Anunnaki. And there will be 5 presenters talking on that. Later in June, we're going to have Laura Eisenhower, who's going to be presenting on Higher Earth, Avatar DNA, and the Galactic Zodiac. then we'll have our second Sacred Geometry online conference. So Gordon will be presenting at the Ascension conference, and our finale for the summer season, the Extraterrestrial Disclosure online conference, which is going to be a 4-day conference from August 19th to August 21st with over 20 speakers with complete full circle awareness of the extraterrestrial phenomena, and also talking about technologies that the ancients used and how we're cultivating that information today, and we're going to start using it into our future. So let's see if I have anything else to share with you guys. Yes, one last announcement. We have a webinar, a free webinar on May 17th called Human Transformation and Full Disclosure. A friend of mine named Kevin Isaac, he's going to be presenting. It's a 2-hour free webinar, and I'm actually going to send you this in the, I'll go ahead and send you this in the replay. So with the replay email, you'll have all the links to all the speakers. You'll have the replay link, a couple of free webinars, and the link to register for this one. And the whole purpose for this next free webinar coming up is in order to really usher in full disclosure and to embody the frequencies of higher dimensions, which is where we're truly heading. It's really important for us to kind of look within ourselves. Nutrition is an important thing. Meditation, compassion and love for ourselves. So for this workshop, it's going to be a 2-hour workshop basically dedicated to providing tools so we can shift our vibration and match the frequency of disclosure, because it's a very high vibrational frequency. So again, I'll send you guys that on the replay link. This has been amazing. Thank you all so much. We truly love you, and just stay tuned for what's in store, because we're going to go bigger and bigger. We have some live events coming up, and 2017, we're really taking it on the road. So just stay tuned, keep connected, and we love you. Have a beautiful evening or morning wherever you're at. Okay, bye-bye.